Mr. President, before I move for the reference of business, would Senator Tolentino like to be recognized?
Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, this will be brief. I don't want to take much of your time, but I have to say this. Mr. President, I've been here for the last several weeks. Come hell, come high water, Delta, Omicron. Alam po ni Senator Ping kahapon, even if I'm not a member of the Constitutional Commission, I was here. I have been expecting, Mr. President, for the last several sessions, and this is part of our rules, that we will have our journal. And a journal, the reading of the journal, is of the highest privilege and has precedence over even a motion to adjourn or a question of personal privilege. That's according to Ridix. That's part of our rules. Section 51 of our rules. Section 53. I rise today, Mr. President, on a point of personal and collective privilege. Ayoko pong sabihin ito. We have been attending to some remedial measures to cure the bureaucracy. What ails the bureaucracy? All agencies. But I came to realize last night, within our own house, some curative measures have to be done. I'm not reading anything. This comes from my heart, Mr. President. When I was a young graduate, I went to Europe for some finishing school. Spent several months there. Wala pa hong cellphone noon. Malalaki yung cellphone, malalaking bag yung Motorola. I lost my telephone diary. So yung po lahat yung tatawagan ko doon po sa telephone booth para tawagan yung susundo sa akin, yung foster parent ko. After several months, nung babalik na po ako ng Maynila, I was stopped at the immigration counter at the Schiphol Airport. I was surprised. Akala ko may kasalanan ako. Merong isang immigration officer, naka-submachine gun pa. I was led to an office, lost and found. True enough, they gave me my lost telephone book diary na napakahalaga sa akin. Nandun lahat yung mga telepono kasi wala pa akong iPhone nung araw. And that was a lesson for me. That some people are really honest. Some people would be conscious enough for the rights of others. When I was a mayor, I launched the City of Character program in Tagaytay. When Senator Pacquiao then won his first championship against Letueba of South Africa, I made him a guest of honor together with one janitress from the domestic airport, whom I gave 5,000 pesos because she returned, I forgot the name, she returned 10,000 US dollars she found from an Indian tourist. For her honesty, she found something that was lost. We recognized her for her character. When I was MMDA chairman, Mr. President, during All Souls Day, pag nasa labas po ng sementeryo ng North Cemetery, South Cemetery, Pasig Catholic Cemetery, at kung saan-saan pang sementeryo, ang sinasabi ko po sa kapulisan at maging sa MMDA personnel, lagyan niyo po ng tag yung mga bata para pagpasok at nahiwalay sa mga magulang, if they are lost and found, they can easily be found because nandun yung pangalan at cellphone number. What a sight to behold to see families reunited, lost and found. Mr. President, nahirapan po ako noong 2 araw. Nandito po ako. The last 2 excruciating dates. I think that was January 25 and yesterday, last night, Mr. President. Kagabi, pag uwi ko, medyo masama pa yung loob ko. Nanood pa ako ng Netflix, kaya napuyat ako. Napanood ko po, Manifest. Nawala yung eroplano after 5.5 years. It was found. Lost and found, Mr. President. I question the non-existence of our journal. It's part of the rules. When I was here every day, I would hear the majority leader, Mr. President, may we dispense with the reading of the journal. Gusto ko pong makita yung journal. Gusto ko pong makita yung mga tinrabaho ng ating mga kasama, tinrabaho ng secretariat. But for the last several days, I missed that journal. I don't know why. I have yet to hear a phrase, a motion, may we dispense with the printing of the journal. Wala naman sigurong ganon. May we dispense with the reading of the journal. We need some answers there. I need some answers because I would want to have that event reviewed. That was January 24. It was during my supposed sponsorship speech of the Metro Bataan Development Authority and the Baguio La Trinidad Development Authority. I was about to sponsor, Mr. President. Ang sabi po ng Secretariat, hindi pwedeng mag-sponsor kasi nawawala yung iyong final. Ay umaga pa ho ako rito. After almost 1 hour, it was found. And I was given the privilege to sponsor, Mr. President, the Metro Bataan and the Bliss Baguio, La Trinidad, Tuba Development Authority, which and Congressman Margo has been badgering me on this. I was able to sponsor just for the insertion into the records. I made it pass. Siguro sa dami po ng tinatrabaho ng Secretariat, I acknowledge the fastidiousness of Secretary Myra, of our secretary. I'm not saying that she is surrounded by several horsemen of the apocalypse, kaya minsan nagkakamali. But just again, my bills were lost, but eventually they were found. Hindi ko pa maisip kung very biblical yung parable of the lost son, Luke 15:11. Nawala yung anak, pinabalik ng tatay, biblical. It has nothing to do with that, Mr. President. What I would want, Mr. President, is to put our own house in order. Kung sinasabi po ng Secretariat, pagod na sila, sinasamahan ko naman po sila. Kahit hating gabi po tayo rito. Minsan nauna pa ho kung pumasok, Mr. President. And you can ask the janitress and the USAA people. January 3 was supposed to be my birthday. I was here. I was working here. Sinasamahan ko po yung ating mga Secretariat, Mr. President. Yesterday, it happened again. I presided temporarily, shepherded the passage of several measures, 40 or 30, I forgot, step down, para yun naman pong akin. When I was about to sponsor, I will just submit for the records my sponsorship speech for several bills relative to Montalban Rizal. The mayor is listening. Relative to San Isidro in Davao, the congressman is listening. The mayor of Santa Maria, I hope they're listening. And even my supposed sponsorship speech of the Cagayan de Oro Convention Center in honor of my former lawyer, Senator Aquilino Nene Pimentel. His son is listening. And the Baliwag Charter, Baliwag City Charter. Nung i-sponsor ko na po, Mr. President, nawala na naman. Nawala na naman. Ang sabi nila, filed out of time. It was filed 9 o'clock. So umuwi na po ako, nag-suspend na po tayo, believing that it was really filed out of time. But lo and behold, Mr. President, after 30 minutes, while on my way home, lumabas po yung mga bills, committee reports filed, stamp 3:36 p.m., 3:39 p.m., 3:42 p.m., 3:45 p.m., 3:47 p.m. And I refer to the bills I mentioned a while ago. The Cagayan de Oro Convention Center bill, 6:16 p.m. The Baliwag bill was filed at 3:36 p.m. So it's not true na 9 p.m. filed out of time. It was filed earlier. Sabi nga ni Secretary Locsin, who dropped the ball? Kawawa naman po yung mga naghihintay dito. Sponsorship speech lang. Kaya ang biro ko, if you have a bills and index office, expunge this expression. If it is unparliamentary, we might as well have a lost and found office. Nakakatakot po ito, Mr. President, pagdating ng canvassing natin. Baka yung mga dumating na election returns, Iba yung mapagdalhan, ibang oras yung ma-stamp na reception committee. Levity aside, Mr. President, but I am alarmed, Mr. President. I just submitted my grades for my students in several classes in Cebu. I was very compassionate, Mr. President. Hindi po ako palaaway. I understand that some of them had no internet connections because of Odette, because of lack of power, etc., etc. I gave high marks, B+, B. I think one even got an A, a couple got an A. So, if I were to grade, Mr. President, the Secretariat, I might give an A. Again, it's not an A that would be similar to what the people in Harlem in Hell's Kitchen would say, and you can expunge this from the record. The A word starts with an A and ends with an E. It's not that. It's not astute. I would probably give an E. E for excellence. E for excellence in trying to assist us all. I would not want this to happen again, Mr. President, to us and even to the incoming members of the 19th Congress. Sana po hindi na maulit ito. Pag meron na file, honor the date and hour when it was stamped. Do not change the hour because it's there. Andito po, hawak-hawak ko yun. So, Mr. President, I don't want to prolong this litany. Can I ask, as a member of this chamber, can I ask from the Secretary a written explanation why it happened not just once, but twice? So that I can furnish the local officials, the congressmen concerned. Ito po talaga yung nangyari, kaya hindi pa kayo nai-sponsor. And if the Senate Secretary will not provide an answer within the day, I again will deliver this speech on Monday. And if the Senate Secretary will again disregard my request, which I am entitled to, not just because I am a member of this chamber, but because the law provides that we need answers, 15 days, etc. I will again repeat that over and over again, and I will ask, just as I have asked the city officials of Montalban, Rodriguez Rizal, to write our good secretary and have an explanation on what really transpired. I will no longer prolong this, Mr. President. I would like to thank the majority leader for giving me the time of enabling me to express my sentiments. Lost and found, Mr. President. Something lost, something found, but we have never reached yet that valley of death in the lost and found section, Mr. President. Dagang salamat at magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, our good colleague from Tagaytay in Cavite province has valid points. I already, as I mentioned last night, I had asked the body for an extension so that we can tackle his measures. I pulled it out from the agenda, and when I did pull it out from the agenda, Mr. President, I was told by several hands that were waving at me from the front that hindi pa siya na ilagay sa OB, and therefore under our rules, we have to have it on the order of business before I can transfer it to the calendar special order. And so I had to pause our sponsorship of the said bills last night, thinking fully well that the Secretariat was telling me that it was not yet filed with the OB. And surprisingly, on my way home as well, because I stayed a bit longer here, I left here almost 11:30 last night, I got a text from our distinguished colleague, Senator Tolentino, that they filed the bills at 3 p.m. and earlier in the afternoon. And therefore, he has the proof that this was filed earlier. I would suggest to the Secretariat, kasi hindi ko po hawak yung Secretariat, I'm only the Rules Committee, the Secretariat Bills and Index that is under the Secretariat of the Senate. I would suggest that they would write formally, who is a good senator, particularly on this issue, on what had transpired. Kung nagkamali sila, apologize. And I would think it would be proper that they apologize to the good senator, so that this would not happen again, particularly this issue on the OB. And I commensurate, no, I feel sorry for our dear colleague, and I really, on my part, no, apologize. Although they're not under me, Mr. President, wala po dito si Senate President Soto, is bit tied up and will be following later. But on behalf possibly of the Senate, as one of the leaders of this institution, to apologize on their behalf. But I would like them to explain in writing, as you mentioned, what had transpired, what had happened, and if they can seek an apology from you if they made a mistake. Kasi sinabi talaga nila sa akin kagabi na hindi pa na-file, 9:30 pa na-file. Yan ang narinig ko. Eh di rin tama yun, kasi sinabi ko din yan sa'yo. And I even asked you to admonish your staff and the COMSEC na pala, na-file nila na maaga. So, naging sinungaling pa ako. That's why I felt a bit bad also last night, because I felt that I had lied pa to you, because coming from the statement from the Secretariat. So again, no, I apologize for that on my part, but definitely the explanation and of course the succeeding possible apology should come from the Secretariat through a written letter, formal letter to you, Your Honor. And again, I guarantee the good gentleman that I'll place him in the top of the agenda, which I have done. And I think no harm, no foul, because I think ang ating layunin, no, ang gusto natin mangyari, what we want to happen, Mr. President, is really to pass all the measures today, second reading measures today, local bills today, so that we can take it up on third reading. And last night we had an agreement that we will forego our tradition. It's not in our rules, but in our tradition to give it another day. After sponsorship, we wait another day. In this case, this is the last 4 days of this Congress before we head to an election campaign. So we made an appeal last night to our colleagues. It was not objected upon that today we can tackle all these local bills so that we can at least satisfy and I'd say put joy to the hearts of our colleagues in the House of Representatives, that we may be able to pass these local measures. So that's it, Mr. President. I'm now requesting the Secretariat to explain in writing to our dear colleague, Senator Tolentino, what had happened, why it happened, and why it should not happen again.
Majority floor, the minority leaders seeking
Yes,
recognition.
Mr. President, may I recognize the minority?
The recognized Senator Drilon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I do sympathize with the good gentleman from Cavite on what had happened to the bill that he was supposed to sponsor. But to take this in context, I have noticed that in the last several days, our agenda has been 25 pages long. And in our desire to assist our counterparts in the House, there are certain bills. These bills are of local application. I have not stood in the way. I have agreed. Okay, sponsorship speech we deemed read into the record. Up to now, sir, I suspect that the reason why the journal cannot be printed is that the sponsorship speeches have not been submitted for the record. Just a suspicion.
Actually, that's part of the reason.
Okay, so that's part of the reason why it has not been printed. It's because nagkukulang din tayo. Hindi naman lahat kasalanan ng Secretariat. And to the second point, you know, Mr. President, I have been in this Congress, in the Senate, for this is my 24th year. And every time, I can remember that towards the end of the particular Congress, you know, you have an avalanche of local bills. But I have never seen this volume that I have seen in the last several days, hundreds of them. And, you know, out of my desire to help the chamber achieve its work, I have have stood by the side and have agreed to the request. But I do hope that this is not repeated. Now, again, the good majority leader has requested that we dispense with the tradition that no committee report should be approved on the same day that it is presented. By and large, I have no, again, given the situation that we are in today, I'm willing to abide by that. But I want to reserve, however, my right to raise issues on certain bills. I don't want to give a blanket consent to this kind, or to our breaking of our tradition. So I am rising also not in defense of the Secretariat, but to put it in the proper context. May pagkukulang din tayo. Kung ito ba'y ginawa natin mga report noon pa, pagdating sa atin, hindi naman siguro mapupuno yung Secretariat ng ganung karaming trabaho. At ang ating majority leader ay hindi rin mahihirapan. Ang kanyang agenda 15 pahina. At can you imagine, number 95 in the agenda. Hindi po ako nakakarinig ng ganung classic agenda, 95, and we try to finish it in one day. And inevitably, the quality of our work suffers because of the pressure to pass these local bills. Sinasabi na lahat, local bills. But I am sure there are certain policy issues that could be raised even if it's a local bill. But I put it aside, and just out of cooperation with the majority, and also seeing the point of our counterparts in the House, sige lang. But we should also look at it, as I repeat, in its entirety. May pagkukulang din tayo. Look inwards. The bills that we filed in the last 24 hours could have been filed 24 months ago. I mean, I'm just exaggerating, but just to highlight that point. So we submit, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, that yes, may pagkukulang sa Secretariat, pero siguro may pagkukulang din tayo. Thank you, Mr. President.
But Majority Floor, I've been conferring with our Secretary, and they sent their sincere apology to Senator Francis Tolentino, especially the Bills and Index Group. Apparently, this past 2 weeks, they've seen a deluge of bills being filed both physically and both electronically. So, and this is primarily because of the local bills that our local counterpart has been transferring to us or transmitting to us. So they send their sincere apology to Senator Tolentino, and they will reply formally as to what happened, and send their letter of reply to Senator Tolentino. But I can attest the diligence of Senator Tolentino in the past few days. Napakagulo po yung lamesa niya because he's been preparing to sponsor, to defend, to answer questions. In fact, of all tables here, his table is the most filled with papers, no? Because he came here ready to defend and sponsor his bill. So I can attest his diligence and his willingness to get things going. But I think this is a lesson learned for the management, and again, a formal letter will be transmitted to Senator Tolentino. Majority Floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President, I also like to put that on record that we've had so much on our plate this last few weeks. And I think this is the most number of bills that the Bills and Index had to deal with in the last 2 weeks in this Congress, the 18th Congress. So maybe we can be a bit lenient about a bit of some of the shortcomings, not only of their group, but also of our group in the Rules Committee. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, and I totally agree with the Minority Floor Leader, I do not know why the committee reports are only filed now in the last 2 minutes. And I totally agree with him. If I had my right mind, kung hindi lang ako as amiable as you know me as being, if it was other majority leaders in the past, they would not even tackle this and just say, file it again next year. And pero yun nga lang, ang problema, Mr. President, with due respect to Ma'am Cynthia Villar, you know, Ma'am, I'm very tired. I've been here personally standing up for the last how many days. So maybe you can allow me, ma'am, to say my piece. Akin lang sa mga chairperson, sana ma-egg natin ang ating mga counterparts sa House of Representatives na kung gusto nilang ipasa itong mga local bills, silabas nila ng mas maaga. Wag last 2 minutes kasi ang dami natin trabaho. Di ba po? Di ba? So, yun ang, hindi ko naman sinasabi kasalanan po ng ating mga chairman dito. Dahil hinihintay nyo po ang counterparts sa House. Hindi ko naman sinasabi kasalanan ni Senator Villar. Hindi ko naman sinasabi kasalanan ni Senator Tolentino. Because we tackle local bills as they come. So if it comes in the last hour, how can we take it all in the last hour? Yun lamang po, Mr. President. Anyway, we're going to a new Congress.
Mr. President,
Yes, be recognized, Senator Angara, Mr. President.
President, I stepped out for a little bit, so I did not hear the earlier discussions. But I just want to say my piece. I want to commend the majority leader because and the minority leader because from they've been really working very hard. I think in trying to really scan all of the bills and make sure that these are quality pieces of legislation when they leave our chamber. Kumbaga ayaw nila mapahiya ang Senado. So I think we deserve to commend our colleagues for working late into the evening. Kami po ay nasa bahay lang ho kami. So we can shut off our monitor and we only get called for our bills. It's at our comfort, no? So kasi majority leader Zubiri is there from 3 o'clock and minsan before that his staff has to prepare, he has to look over the bills, he has to approve the agenda. So ako I see how difficult his job is and I want to I wanted to do it last night actually because I saw how hard we were working and how he was trying to balance all the interests and all the bills at stake. So I just wanted to place that on record and also give credit to our minority leader who, kami pinapatay natin yung monitor natin. Si minority leader, hindi ever niya pinapatay yung kanyang monitor. He's listening to everything said during the session. So I give credit where credit is due. Yun lang po sa akin without agreeing or disagreeing with what's been said by our other senators. I just wanted to place that on record, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate the sentiment points of Senator Angara. Maraming salamat po. So moving forward, Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Yung mas tama dun sa amendments na yung EPR.
Additional.
Ibalik ko na to.
Kung na kaya
Additional reference to business. Messages from the House of Representatives informing this letter from the House informing the Senate that on 25 January 2022, it designated Representative Romualdo, Vice Representative Chanco as conferee to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Bill Number 78, an act modernizing the Public Service Act, amending for the purpose Commonwealth Act Number 146, otherwise known as the Public Service Act as amended, and Senate Bill Number
We have no audio.
Committee on Rules.
To the Committee on Rules.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 25 January 2022, it concurred with the Senate amendment on House Bill Number 8188, an act converting the Ilocos Polytechnic State College in the Municipality of Santa Maria, Province of Ilocos Sur, and all its campuses in the Province of Ilocos Sur into a state university, integrating therewith the North Luzon Philippine State College in the city of Candon, Province of Ilocos Sur, to be known as the Ilocos Sur Philippine Polytechnic University, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the archives.
Committee reports number 537, jointly submitted by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Bill Number 10444, introduced by Representative Biap et al., an act converting the municipality of Baliwag in the province of Bulacan into a component city to be known as the City of Baliwag, recommending its approval as amendment in the nature of a substitute, taking into consideration Senate Bill Number 2462. Sponsor, Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
538, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Bill number 8899, introduced by Representative Nograles, an act renaming the municipality of Rodriguez in the province of Rizal as the municipality of Montalban, recommending its approval with amendments taking into consideration Senate Bill number 2258, sponsored Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
539, submitted by the Committee on Local Government on House Bill number 9452, introduced by Representative Alvarez, an act renaming the municipality of San Isidro, province of Davao del Norte as the municipality of Sawata, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsored Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
540, submitted by the Committee on Local Government on House Bill number 9451, introduced by Representative Chungolao, an act renaming the municipality of Lista in the province of Ifugao as the municipality of Alfonso Lista, recommending its approval with amendment, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar ordinary business.
541, submitted jointly by the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on House Bill 6535, introduced by Representatives Puentevilla and Teves, an act renaming Barangay Santa Maria and the municipality of Presentacion, province of Camarines Sur as Barangay Parubcan, recommending its approval with amendment, sponsor Senator Tolentino.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, moving forward, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business a special order, House Bill number 10444. So moved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Mr. President, move that we consider House Bill number 10444 and ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried. Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 10444, an act converting the municipality of Baliwag in the province of Bulacan into a component city to be known as the City of Baliwag.
Mr. President, move that we recognize sponsor Senator Francis Tolentino. Sponsor the measure.
We recognize Senator Francis Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the interest of time, Mr. President, on behalf of the people of Baliwag in Bulacan, and I have other co-sponsors here, namely Senators Sherwin Gatchalian, Kiko Pangilinan, and Bong Revilla. I would just like to submit into the records the committee report number 537, which is an act relative to the act converting the municipality of Baliwag in the province of Bulacan into a component city to be known as the City of Baliwag. And I have in my possession the sponsorship speech, which I will physically submit to the Secretariat, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'd like to ask the pleasure of the presiding officer if you'd also like to sponsor the measure, or you just submit to the body.
Alin?
Mr. President.
May I ask for 1 minute?
Yeah. Sorry. Insert into the records, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, thank
Sorry.
you.
Mr. President,
So I'd like to put on
Majority
record,
Leader.
Senator. Yes, Senator Angana?
May we be made co-authors of the measure with the pleasure of with the permission of the sponsor and the chair of the Committee on Local Government, Senator Tolentino.
Yes, and myself included, Mr. President, if we
Yes,
can be made a
yes.
co-sponsor of the same measure, together with Senator Angara, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Villar, Senator Bong Revilla, would like to be made co.
Thank you.
The
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. President, it would be an honor.
senators will be made co-authors of the bill,
Thank you very much.
co-sponsors of the bill.
Thank you. Mr. President, we have Senator Pangilinan also listed as co-sponsor and Senator Bong Revilla. Would you just like to insert to the record their co-sponsorship speeches?
They will be
Yes,
made
I see.
co-sponsors as well.
Yeah, I see that.
Mr. President,
Maybe also get recognize Senator Drilon.
We recognize Senator Drilon.
with the model just made of record by Senator Tolentino, can we have the written sponsorship speech submitted physically so that it can be considered read on the record? Senator Tolentino just did that.
Yes,
Mr. President. We
We'll
just
have him
submitted-
submit the sponsorship speech immediately.
Because that's one of the causes of the delay in the crafting of the in the drafting of the journal. Because of expediency, I was even the one who I recall suggested, let us consider it read into the record. But I think this privilege has been a little bit stretched, so that even if there is no written explanation, we manifest it is written, considered read into the record. And that is why the journal cannot be done. And now, again, I am glad that Senator Tolentino said, I have here a physical copy of my sponsorship speech, which I will deliver to the Secretariat for inclusion in the proceedings for today's session.
Thank you, Mr. President. I promise the Minority Floor Leader that I will physically get it from him and physically give it to the Secretary right now, Mr. President.
Well, Majority Floor, I would also like to reiterate that I will just insert my co-sponsorship speech.
Into the record.
Into the record.
You can also submit the co-sponsorship speech
Physically.
right away, Mr.
Since
President.
I'm here, I can submit that physically also.
Thank you very much.
Same here,
Um,
Mr. President. Majority
Same
Floor
also
Leader.
with Senator Bong Revilla.
Yeah, I will just submit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. May I ask for just a 30-second suspension? Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Although we all fully support this conversion into a city, the city of Baliwag, some colleagues of ours might want to be clarified on the issue on requirements, if they have met the requirements given by the law, by the local government code. I move that we suspend consideration of the same so that our colleagues can study this further, and then once we start again next Monday, we can put it on top of the agenda. So if there are any clarificatory questions, Mr. President, so moved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is suspended.
The next bills, Mr. President, are just renaming of local municipalities. With the permission of the body, with the permission of the Minority Floor Leader, these are 5 measures and it's an omnibus speech. I move that we move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order House Bill number 8899, 9452, 9451, 6535, and 8842. So moved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Mr. President, I move that we resume, we take up these bills, Mr. President, consider these bills aforementioned.
Is there
And ask
any
the Secretary
objection?
to read the title of the measures.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
House Bill number 8899, an act renaming the municipality of Rodriguez in the province of Rizal as the municipality of Montalban. House Bill number 9452, an act renaming the municipality of San Isidro, province of Davao del Norte as the municipality of Sawata. House Bill number 9451, an act renaming the municipality of Lista in the province of Ifugao as the municipality of Alfonso Lista. House Bill number 6535, an act renaming Barangay Santa Maria in the municipality of Presentacion, province of Camarines Sur as Barangay Parubcan. And House Bill number 8842, an act renaming the Cagayan de Oro Convention Center, located at Barangay in Dahag, Cagayan de Oro City, as Aquilino Pimentel Jr. International Convention Center.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we move forward, I just want to put on record Senator Bongo and Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan wish to be made co-sponsors of the Baliwag bill, just for the information of the body, Mr. President. Moving forward, may we recognize the sponsor of these measures, Senator Francis Tolentino, to give this sponsorship speech.
We recognize Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I will follow my previous model. In the interest of time, I will be submitting my sponsorship speech physically, which I have now in my possession, and let the records reflect that I am holding it. I am 10 steps away from the Secretariat, and I will be handing this physically. But basically, the gist, Mr. President, of the local bills, sans the Convention Center bill, is that most of the municipalities have confusing names. For instance, Mr. President, Committee Report 539 or House Bill 9452, renaming the municipality of San Isidro in Davao del Norte as Municipality of Sawata, has to be done because of confusion, not just in postal services, Mr. President, because there is another San Isidro. Minsan yung sulat po, dinadala dun sa isang San Isidro. Minsan naman po, pati si DBM, nagkamali na rin yung internal revenue allotment, ibinigay dun sa maling munisipyo na doble tuloy. So to avoid this confusion, ito po yung gist ng renaming. The same is true with Montalban and Rodriguez, very confusing. So these are local bills, and I seek the approval of the body, and I'll just submit for the records my Omnibus sponsorship speech, which I will now physically hand over to the Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. President. There are no amendments, Mr. President, relative to the bills. Yes, Mr. President.
May we also recognize Senator Pimentel, Mr. President, he's raising his hand.
Senator Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since I am present online, I heard about this House Bill renaming a convention after my father, so I make it official that I take no part. I inhibit myself from the said measure, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. So he'll inhibit himself from the discussions of the bill. Although I just want to put on record, it is very apt and timely that we do, on my part, my personal capacity as Mindanao known and from Northern Mindanao, that the convention center that was started by our distinguished former Senate President, former Minority Floor Leader during my time as President, be named after him. He started that project, and it's a beautiful project. I see it every day overlooked from the other side of the mountain, and I'm so happy that it's finally completed and it's named after him. He truly deserves to be honored, City of Cagayan de Oro, for all the achievements that he has done in the field of politics, public service.
We also recognize Senator Drilon and then Senator Cynthia Villar.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Will the gentleman sponsor yield to one or two questions on Committee Report number 538, which renames the municipality of Rodriguez in the province of Rizal to a municipality of Montalban, just for the record and some clarification, if the gentleman will yield.
Willingly, Mr. President.
Just a point of information. Rodriguez is not the original name of this municipality. I assume that that Rodriguez is in honor of a political leader in Rizal. And if I'm not so can we be clarified? Originally, is it correct to say that it was not called Rodriguez Municipality, but something else?
Yes, Mr. President. Previously, it was called Montalban during the Spanish time. It was called Montalban because of the mountains, white mountains, like your pen, Mont Blanc. White mountains because of the shades coming from the natural resources in the area. It was thereafter renamed Rodriguez by virtue of a batas pambansa in honor of one of our former colleagues here, former Senator Eulogio Amang Rodriguez.
Yes.
By virtue of a batas pambansa. So now there is a clamor from the people of Rodriguez to revert back to the original name because again they are confused. There are areas in Rizal which would point to that mountain as Montalban, and there are people officially, administratively recognizing it as Rodriguez. So to settle the issue once and for all, they would want to have this name reverted back to Montalban, the original name. I was also confused, Your Honor, why we kept on changing the names, but that is the sentiment of the locality, the people there, as well as the the official dam. So to avoid confusion again, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And the reason I raise this question is oftentimes we just let go of the local bills because we're saying local bill lang yan eh. But here, it would appear that there is reason to analyze it more extensively rather than just let it go as a local bill. Yes, it was named after our esteemed colleague, former Senate President Eulogio Amang Rodriguez, who, if I'm not mistaken, was the longest serving Senate President in our history. And I am sure that when the Batasang Pambansa renamed Montalban as Rodriguez, Municipality Rodriguez, it was in consideration and in recognition of the contribution of Senate President Amang Eulogio Rodriguez to the country. And I am sure that when this was done, this was in consultation with the people of Montalban. And suddenly we changed again because, again, the clamor of the people of Montalban. Mr. President, I just place this on the record because we should exercise more care in just allowing constant changes. Because yes, it's trying to correct the confusion, but it also can create confusion. After we have a local government unit or a local municipality named after somebody, we change it, and then because to avoid confusion, it can also create confusion. I am not opposing this bill, Mr. President. I am just saying that in the next Congress, at least, we should be more careful and we should have more time to deliberate even on local bills because it can have historical implications and sometimes the decision is done on the basis of a political convenience and political favor. And it is our duty as legislators to see to it that such incidents would not, this chamber would not be participant to changes which are uncalled for. So with that clarification, Mr. President, I thank the good gentleman, Senator Tolentino, for yielding the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I can make a short reply, I really question the validity and wisdom of this. I even asked the real reasons behind because during my younger days, I encountered the names of Governor Isidro Rodriguez, former governor of Rizal. And when I was a boy, I met personally a former mayor of Quezon City who just died, I think, last year, named Adelina Rodriguez. So these were the Rodriguezes. So the answer given to me was that to really put a premium on historical and pre-Spanish name, the pre-Spanish name Montalban, and as well as to be non-political. That's what came out of the committee hearing, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I have some committee amendments for Montalban to really.
Okay, Mr. President, we'll now close the, with permission of the body, I move to close the period of interpellation on House Bill number 1044, 8899, 9452, 9451, 6535, and 8842. So moved.
Is there any objection?
Mr. President,
Sorry, Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized before we go on to the motion. Senator Cynthia.
Want to manifest to be a co-author and sponsor of the renaming of the Cagayan de Oro Convention Center to Aquilino Q. Pimentel Jr. International Convention Center. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, and I'd like to put on record also Senator Recto, who's made co-sponsor of the same measure.
The Secretariat will take note of the co-sponsors.
Likewise,
Gomez also
Majority
raises
Leader,
his hand.
for this representation, please.
Senator Binay as well, Senator
Majority
Napi,
Leader.
Senator Angara, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Revilla, Senator Bato de la Rosa, and Senator Frank Dillon. Yes, sir.
I would like to
We
also
recognize our minority floor
I
leader.
would like to also be made a co-sponsor.
Yes, yes.
Yes, we
myself.
recognize Senator Frank Dillon.
Mr. President, if the gentleman sponsor can yield the floor to a question on Committee Report 539, reporting out House Bill 9452.
539, this is
I think there's a
San
pending.
Isidro, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Mr. President, I withdraw my motion on all the measures so that the distinguished minority floor leader can ask a few questions.
It is 539. Yes,
That's
Mr. President.
number 3 in the agenda.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Pardon my ignorance, but what is Sawata? Is this a person? Is this a place?
It's a place, Mr. President. And again, I reiterate that the rationale for this is to avoid confusion because there is another LGU named San Isidro. And most of the letters are going to San Isidro, another LGU. And even the DBM got confused and transferred a huge chunk of IRA for this San Isidro province of Davao del Norte to another San Isidro. So I think, Mr. President, I will seek a little explanation from Senator De La Rosa, who hails from that place. He too was confused, and he can answer the reason for Sawata, Mr. President. Mr. President, may we recognize Senator De La Rosa?
We recognize Senator De La Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, actually, the name Sawata is a tribal name of the local tribe in that place. Just like similar to Diwata, Sawata, something like that, Mr. President. But it does not refer to a person or a legend, Mr. President, like Diwata, Sawata, if I'm not mistaken, because I've been to that place many times already. Barangay yan siya, Mr. President, na ginawang municipality. Originally, that barangay was named Barangay Sawata. Then, ginawang munisipyo, naging pinangalanan ng San Isidro. Now ngayon, ang mga tao ay talagang nobody calls it San Isidro. Sawata pa rin. If you refer to that place, yung mga relatives ko na bibisita sa akin sa Davao City, pag uwi nila, sabi nila, uwi na kami ha, uwi na kami sa Sawata. They are not saying uwi na kami sa San Isidro. Nobody care to use the official name until now for how many years na, Mr. President. So I support the good chairman and the local populace of Sawata who are really requesting it to be renamed back to Sawata. That's all, Mr. Chairman and Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa, for assisting me.
We're all right, Mr. Minority Floor Leader, so we can move forward. Any other bills that he sponsored, Mr. Senator Dillon, that you'd like to ask about?
No more, Mr. President. I have no questions on the other House bills on renaming of municipalities.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Minority Floor Leader. Actually, I have a similar experience with the confusion of names. Back in when I believe my first term here in the Senate in 2007, I'd given a project to the municipality of Sultan Kudarat in Maguindanao. Ang nangyari, kasi kaibigan ko yung mayor doon, Mayor Tox Mastera. Anyway, one of the tribal Datu chieftains of the area. Mastura. Yeah, Mayor Tox Mastura. Ang nangyari, nailagay sa Sultan Kudarat province yung project. And nagtampong siya sa akin until now. He always jokes me about it na wala na daw yung project niya. But because of that, because of the same name, it went to Sultan Kudarat province rather than the town of Sultan Kudarat in Maguindanao. So there really can be some confusion, and particularly when you send official correspondence. So with that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of interpellation of House Bills number 8899, 9452, 9451, 6535, and 8842. So moved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
And I'll take them up one by one for amendments, Mr. President. I move that we open the period of amendments of House Bill number 8899. Ask the sponsor if there are any amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. For our amendments, on page 1, line 11, insert a new section 3 and renumber the succeeding sections accordingly to read as follows. Section 3, this act repeals Batas Pambansa bilang 275 entitled An Act Changing the Name of the Municipality of Montalban, Province of Rizal, to the Municipality of Rodriguez. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Still on page 1, Mr. President, lines 6 to 8, delete the phrase in compliance with Section 13G of Republic Act number 7160 as amended, otherwise known as the Local Government Code. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
And finally, Mr. President, to change the title of the bill to read thus, an act renaming the municipality of Rodriguez in the province of Rizal as the municipality of Montalban, comma, repealing for the purpose Batas Pambansa bilang 275. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
We have no further amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, I move to close the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendment is closed.
Before I move to approve for second reading, I always thought that this town was the town of Montalban.
Yeah, same with me actually.
Yeah, I always thought. I didn't even know there was a town of Rodriguez when I read this.
Actually, I went through my Wikipedia because I always called it Montalban ever
Me
since
also.
I was a mayor because we bring our garbage there actually. So I always referred it as Montalban.
There is a zoo there, Avilon Zoo in Montalban, so I used to go there a lot. Yes, Minority Floor Leader.
Yes. Well, I always thought that there was a municipality of Montalban and a municipality of Rodriguez. I did not realize that it's just one and the same. So that's why I have no objection and fully endorse the passage of House Bill 8899.
Thank you very much, Minority Floor Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8899.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
President, I move that we open the period of amendments on House Bill number 9452 and recognize the sponsor for any amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. These are our amendments. On page 1, after line 2, insert a new section 2 to read thus. Section 2, the present barangay Sawata, referred to in Republic Act number 9265, comma, entitled An Act Creating the Municipality of San Isidro in the Province of Davao del Norte, is hereby renamed, delete the entire section 2 and replace it with a new section 3 to read thus. Section 3. The change of name of the subject municipality and barangay shall be effective upon ratification by the majority of the votes cast by qualified voters in separate plebiscites to be conducted and supervised by the Commission on Elections, COMELEC, open close parenthesis, in the present municipality of San Isidro, Province of Davao del Norte, and number 2, Barangay Sawata, Municipality of San Isidro, Province of Davao del Norte. The expenses for both plebiscites shall be borne by the Municipality of San Isidro, Province of Davao del Norte, period. I so move, Mr. President.
There any
Chairman.
objection?
Mr. President?
Yes, Senator Julian is recognized.
Yes. Did I hear that the a proposed amendment would require a referendum or to have this effective. Is that the correct interpretation,
Yes.
Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do we require that of all renaming of municipalities, or only in this? Just for the record, is it only in this municipality, or is this a pro forma provision in all changes of names?
That should be a pro forma provision, but in this case, Mr. President, there will be an exchange of names. The former municipality will become a barangay, will be named as the barangay, and the former barangay Sawata will be the municipality. The former Sawata will be barangay barangay Poblacion. So two renamings, not just one renaming. So that's the rationale for this, Mr. President.
Nagpalit.
There is an exchange.
Kasi popular yung barangay.
Can we have it again, sir? I'm sorry.
So-
can we-
The former barangay Sawata, the former barangay Sawata's name will be transplanted as the municipality's name. And since we cannot have a barangay Sawata as well as a municipality of Sawata, the barangay Sawata will be renamed as barangay Poblacion. So that's the purpose of this, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. No further questions.
So, is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
And number 3, Mr. President, to renumber the sections accordingly. Mr. President, I so move.
So renumbered.
And finally, to change the title of the bill to read thus, an act renaming the municipality of San Isidro, province of Davao del Norte, as municipality of Sawata, and its barangay Sawata as barangay Poblacion, amending for the purpose Republic Act 9265, entitled an act creating the municipality of San Isidro in the province of Davao del Norte, period. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
We have no more amendments, Mr.
With that, Mr.
President.
President, move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9455.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration.
Any objection? Hearing none, measures suspended.
Let's move to open the period of amendments for House Bill number 9451.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments now open.
We recognize the sponsor.
We recognize Senator Tolentino.
Mr. President, I think this has reference to the renaming of the municipality of Lista in the province of Ifugao as the municipality of Alfonso Lista. Mr. President, we have the following amendments. On page 1, line 6 to 7, delete in compliance with section 13G of Republic Act 7160 as amended, otherwise known as the Local Government Code.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
No further amendments from this committee, Mr. President.
Move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9455.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures suspended.
President, move to open the period of amendments on House Bill number 6535.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open.
May we ask to recognize Senator Tolentino.
We recognize Senator Tolentino.
Mr. President, you only have one amendment here on page 1, lines 7 to 8. Delete the phrase in compliance with section 13 of Republic Act 7160 as amended, otherwise known as the Local Government Code, period. We have no further amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
Move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 6535.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading. Is
Move to suspend consideration.
there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of measures suspended. Is
President, I move that we open the period of amendment on House Bill number 8842.
there any,
Yes, Mr. President.
is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. We recognize Senator Tolentino.
Yes, Mr. President, we have no amendments so far as the Aquilino Q. Pimentel Jr. International convention center measure is concerned.
Mr. President, with that, move to close the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed. Is
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8842.
there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is suspended.
We thank the good gentleman from Cavite for his patience, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, moving forward, I move that we transfer to the calendar of ordinary business and special order House Bill number 10306.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
President, I move that we consider House Bill number 10306 and ask the Secretary to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is considered.
House Bill number 10306, an act granting More Electric and Power Corporation a franchise to establish, operate, and maintain for commercial purposes and in the public interest a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Iloilo, province of Iloilo, and ensuring the continuous and uninterrupted supply of electricity in the franchise area.
Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Grace Poe.
We recognize Senator Grace Poe.
Mr. President, I don't think she's online. She's still probably getting ready. Mr. President, with that, I move to suspend consideration of the measure, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Consideration of the measure suspended.
President, with the permission, next in the item are several hatcheries of our distinguished colleague, Senator Villar. May I just ask for a 1-minute suspension to use the restroom, Mr. President, with the permission of our dear sponsor.
Session is suspended. Session resumed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business the aforementioned bills on marine hatcheries, House Bill number 7691, 9933, 9934, 9935, 9936, 9937, 9938, 9939, 9940, and 9941,
41.
together with 9942.
Yes.
I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so transfer.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the aforementioned bills and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measures in order.
House Bill number 7691, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Basilisa, province of Dinagat Islands, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9933, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the city of Calbayog, province of Samar, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9934, an act establishing a mangrove crab hatchery in the barangay Yertag, municipality of San Jose, province of Northern Samar, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9935, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the island garden city of Samal, province of Davao del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9936, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Base, province of Samar, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9937, an act establishing inland freshwater fish hatcheries in the municipalities of Carmen and Braulio de Duhalli, province of Davao del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9938, an act establishing a freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of Bonbon, province of Camarines Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9939, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Tibiao, province of Antique, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9940, an act establishing a central multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of San Jose, province of Occidental Mindoro, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 9941, an act establishing a technology verification station with tilapia and freshwater prawn hatcheries in the municipality of Santo Domingo, province of Nueva Ecija, and appropriating funds therefore. And House Bill number 9942, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in Barangay Binokawan, municipality of Bagak, province of Bataan, and appropriating funds therefore.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would now move to recognize Senator Cynthia Villar for her speech on the measures.
Senator Villar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, good morning. I rise today to make an omnibus sponsorship of 11 committee reports on the establishment of multi-species marine hatcheries in various locations nationwide. The Philippines is an archipelagic country with vast marine and inland waters. The country's fisheries sector provides an inexpensive source of animal protein for the population, livelihood for over 1 million Filipinos, and foreign exchange. The fisheries sector is divided into municipal and commercial subsectors and aquaculture subsector. With the growing population of the Philippines, fishing is one of the major industries seen as a positive contributor to the developing economy and food security. However, productivity of its marine fisheries resources has been declining as a result of the environmental degradation and effective natural resource management. That is why we are building these fish hatcheries all over the Philippines. I will insert into the record the rest of my speech. Maraming salamat po to our dear colleagues. Magandang umaga.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before we act on the measure, the Senator Joel and myself, the majority floor leader, would like to be made co-sponsor of these hatchery bills.
So recorded.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With the permission of Senator Villar, Senator Bato de la Rosa also is raising his hand, if the sponsor will allow it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Omnibus, Mr. President.
Opo, omnibus motion for all.
Senator Bato is recorded as a co-sponsor.
Yes.
Also, Senator Angara, please, Mr. President.
Senator Angara as well.
Senator Angara as well.
With the permission of the Senator Villar.
Uh, uh, it's really very heartwarming that you are co-sponsoring the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our distinguished colleague, Senator Villar, and to our colleagues who want to co-sponsor. With that, Mr. President, we'd like to take it up one by. May I ask the sponsor, are there any amendments to the measure?
Mr. President, there is no amendment.
With the permission of the body, Mr. President, I move that we close the period of interpellation and amendments for the aforementioned bills, House Bill number 7691, 9933, 9934, 9935, 9936, 9937, 9938, 9939, 9940, and 9941, as well as 9942. So moved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, we close the period of amendments for the aforementioned bills.
Yes, the period of interpellation and amendments.
We close the period of interpellation and the period of amendments.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7691. So moved.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
I move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr.
I
President,
move.
President,
Yes, Mr. President. May I recognize the minority floor leader?
yes, we noticed that we have approved this on the same day that it was sponsored as an exception to the rule that we have followed that we should not approve bills on the same day that they are sponsored. We have not objected to this. In fact, we have voted for it on the understanding that this will not set a precedent, and subsequently we should follow our rule to give every member of the chamber a chance to review the sponsored bill before it is set for approval on second reading. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you very much for that reminder, Mr. President, minority floor leader. I totally agree. It's only that so that we can catch up with the third reading measure. If it wasn't, be honest about it, Mr. President, if we're not pressed for time, I would not be doing this. It's just that we're pressed for the third reading rule of the Constitution. I mean, three-day rule of the Constitution for third reading approval. So thank you very much, Your Honor. Did I suspend already the first one, Mr. President? I suspended consideration.
Yes, we suspended already.
I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9933. So moved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, approve on second reading. Is
Move to suspend consideration.
there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9934.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure suspended.
President, move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9935.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Move to suspend. Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried. Is
President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9936.
there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried. Is
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
there any objection? Hearing none, measure suspended.
President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9937.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9938.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved. Is
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
there an objection? Hearing none, measures suspended. Is
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9939.
there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading. Is
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
there any objection? Hearing none, measures suspended. Is
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9940.
there any objection? Hearing none, motion carried. Is
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
there any objection? Hearing none, measures suspended. Is
President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9941.
there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried. Is
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
there any objection? Hearing none, measures suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9942.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved. Is
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
there any objection? Hearing none, consideration measure is suspended.
Moving forward, Mr. President, we have citizenship bills that I will co-sponsor with Senator Gordon. I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order House Bill number 9308, House Bill number 9307, House Bill number 8269, House Bill number 0281, and House Bill number 10001, and House Bill number 7724. 7724.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Mr. President, ask for 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended. Resume.
Mr. President, I move to withdraw my motion and I move to proceed with the additional reference of business.
Motion is withdrawn.
We'll move to the additional reference of business. May we ask the DepSec?
Is there an
to-
objection? Hearing none. Motion is carried. We direct the Secretary to read the second reference of business.
Ask for 1 minute suspension for them to prepare, Mr. President.
Session suspended. The session resumed. The Secretary is directed to read the reference of business.
Second additional reference of business, committee report number 555, submitted by the Committee on Justice and Human Rights on House Bill number 9308, introduced by Representative Pisologo et al., an act granting Philippine citizenships to Linlin Go, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Gordon.
Sorry. To calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 556, submitted by the Committee on Justice and Human Rights on House Bill number 9307, introduced by Representative Crisolgo et al., an act granting Philippine citizenship to Feng Li, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Gordon.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 557, submitted by the Committee on Justice and Human Rights on House Bill number 8269, introduced by Representative Garin et al., an act granting Philippine citizenship to Liang Si-Wu, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration number 2426, has sponsored Senator Gordon.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 558, submitted by the Committee on Justice and Human Rights on House Bill number 10281, introduced by Representative Romualdo et al., an act granting Philippine citizenship to Stephen Liang, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate Bill number 2403 by Senator Gordon.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
559, submitted by Committee on Justice and Human Rights on House Bill number 10001, introduced by Representative Romualdez et al., entitled An Act Granting Philippine Citizenship to Kwok Yam Yan Chan, recommending its approval without amendment by Senator Gordon.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
560 is submitted by the Committee on Justice and Human Rights on House Bill number 7724, introduced by Representative Romualdez et al., an act granting Philippine citizenship to Patrick Francois Renchi, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate Bill number 2427.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special orders the House Bill numbers 9308, 9307, 8269, 10281, 10001, and 7724. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so transfer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I be allowed to sponsor the said measures on behalf of Senator Gordon? Mr. President.
We recognize Senator Gordon.
Senator Zubiri, Mr. President. I will sponsor on his behalf.
I'm sorry, we recognize Senator Zubiri.
Thank you, sir.
But
Oh. Yes, before we do that, Mr. President, my apologies. I move that we recognize the Secretariat to read since we are considering the aforementioned bills, that we have him give the names of the measures, Mr. President.
yeah.
House Bill number 9308, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Linlin Go. House Bill number 9307, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Feng Li. House Bill number 8269, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Liang Siwu. House Bill number 10281, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Sibin Liang. House Bill number 101, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Kwok Yam Ayan Chan. House Bill number 7724, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Patrick Francois Rinucci.
We recognize the Majority Leader to sponsor in behalf of Senator Gordon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will try to, the speech he gave me are actually in outline forms. I will try to make this as quick as possible. But of course, with the information that is needed by our colleagues, because this is a citizenship measure. So we'd like to know more about the people we're going to try to sponsor. In the process of naturalization, Mr. President, the state shall control and regulate the admission and integration of aliens into its territory and body. And under Section 1 of Article 4 of the 1987 Constitution, it provides, following are citizens of the Philippines. Those who are citizens of the Philippines at the time of adoption of this Constitution. Number 2, those whose fathers and mothers are citizens of the Philippines. Number 3, those born before January 17 of 1973 of Filipino mothers who elect Filipino citizenship upon reaching the age of majority. And those, number 4, who are naturalized in accordance with the law. And Article 2, Section 17 of the 1987 Constitution provides in part that the state shall foster patriotism, nationalism, accelerate social progress, and promote total human liberation and development. Similar expectations must be applied to those applying for citizenship of our country, and the applicants must often be asked about their history, our heroes, current events, their life here in the Philippines, their relationships, their values, among others. And my distinguished colleague, before I say what I'd like to say, I just like to add, it is important for us to identify their character and their contribution as citizens of this country, and we need citizens who are skilled, talented, people who work hard and excel in their respective fields. And their choice to become Filipino must be backed with a promise that they contribute to the Philippines. And I was present, Mr. President, when we attended the committee hearings on these gentlemen and ladies, and I guarantee you the good sponsor, Senator Gordon, had asked them numerous questions on Philippine heroes, on Philippine history, and of course prodded them why they want to leave their country of origin and move to the Philippines, what were their plans, goals, and aspirations for the Philippines, Mr. President. And to continue, has mingled with Filipinos and evinced a sincere desire to learn and embrace the customs, traditions, and ideals of Filipino people. He earned his postgraduate degree from De La Salle University and has since engaged in different businesses in the Philippines. He identified business opportunities and invested in venture companies, real estate, trading, and his businesses have contributed financial support and employment opportunities, and that his businesses take root in the country. So he's been here for over 20 years, Mr. President. Ma'am Linlin Go is a resident of the Philippines for more than a decade. Her partner, a former police officer, and daughters are Filipinos. She considers herself a Filipino because of her experiences and exposure to the culture, the traditions of the Philippines, and adopts the same in raising her daughter. She immersed herself in the education system before sharing units from her postgraduate degree from Ateneo de Manila Business School. She ascribes her success in business to her learning and training and her earnest effort to grow and expand her trade. She now has substantial earnings, enabling her to participate in property development. Mr. President, the third member wishes to be made a citizen is Zibin Derek Liang. He's a friend of mine, Mr. President. He's from Hong Kong. He's a Hong Kong national. Brings with him to the Philippines his formal education and training from Kelly School of Business and Indiana University, Bloomington. She is also a graduate of the George Washington University School of Business, practicing his expertise in businesses and finance in various business dealings in the Philippines. He has engaged himself with philanthropic activities in different local government units and organizations. He's helped in building housing units in Marawi, Mr. President. As a matter of fact, he's also helped in building housing units in Yolanda. He has conducted himself in a proper and irreproachable manner during his entire period of his residence in the Philippines, and he undertakes to be a positive addition to the citizenry. His father actually also lives here under a senior citizen, retirement visa holder, Mr. President. The fourth member wishes to be made a citizen is Mr. Liang Siwu. He's from China, but was raised in the Philippines. He's been in the country for over 3 decades. He came to the Philippines when he was 11 years old, Mr. President, and he's been here for over 30 years. He holds the position in the Filipino-Chinese General Chamber of Commerce and was highly endorsed to me by our dear friend, Dr. James D. of the Chinese General Hospital. He also has a manufacturing business employing over 300 workers, and his children and family are already Filipinos. He also invested into a real estate business, which has been thriving for years here in the Philippines, Mr. President. On the last two, the other one is Mr. Kwok Yam Ian Chan, another friend of mine. I call him Ian. He is a British national born in Hong Kong and has been in the Philippines for more than 3 decades, Mr. President, almost all his life, because he's in his mid-30s. He's a product of the Philippine education system, graduated from Chiang Kai-shek College, Manila. Is that your school, Mr.
No,
Presiding
I
Officer?
didn't. I went to Grace.
Grace Academy. He's from Chiang Kai-shek, Mr. President, and he graduated at De La Salle University College of St. Benilde, built his career as a businessman in a diversified line of businesses in the country. He's raising his family and his wife, Steffi Blair, a third-generation Filipino-Chinese from General Santos City, and has 3 children enriched in Filipino culture. At a young age, he sits in the board of directors of various companies such as Benguet Corporation, the country's oldest mining corporation, Zenith Systems, ABD Equipment, Heavy Equipment, exclusive distributor of Sinotruk and Seaborne Shipping Lines, amongst others. So he's also well known in the business community here in the Philippines. And finally, Mr. President, also a dear friend of ours, and the wife is a dear friend of my wife, Mr. Patrick Francois Renucci. Mr. Patrick Francois Renucci is an French-Italian national who's been living in the Philippines since 2015, and he founded a Median Numeric. He has founded this company, Median Numeric, a digital printing company in Paris. And this is a very large printing company in Paris, Mr. President. I believe he handled the accounts of the Louvre, of many of the large companies and corporations in France, and multi-millionaire in the right. And Comili Technique Imprime Median Impressions, which is one of the largest printing companies in France, if not the largest printing company in France. Despite his illustrious career here, his marriage to a Filipina, Ms. Rachel Tan, a Filipino of known stature, has brought him to the country, bringing his experience and expertise in sustainable investing. Mr. President, I know this fellow because this is the fellow, him and his wife left France, left Paris to move to Leyte, and Alang-Alang Leyte. he sold everything there, moved to Leyte to build the largest rice refinery, the most modern rice refinery or rice post-harvest facility in the country. He poured in a lot of money there to help the farmers after Yolanda, because he mentioned to us and during the committee hearing that when he sold Yolanda, they were aghast that they would go to St. Moritz for vacation, the best hotels in Monaco, and they decided to just pack up and live in Alang-Alang. They actually live there. They run a school for rice research and training, and they have about 1,000 students now. And they set up this company called Cheney Agri Ventures in order to make a difference in the lives of farmers and hopefully in the rice industry. And they were able to actually increase the yields of a lot of rice farmers in the area because of the training that they have done in these particular localities. And were even featured in several publications, local publications. As a matter of fact, the president actually even credited him for that. And so he's seeking to become a Filipino citizen. So these are those who are applying for Filipino citizenship. And I continue the speech of Senator Gordon. Naturalization signifies the act of formally adopting a foreigner into the political body of a nation by clothing him or her with the privileges of a citizen. The grant of citizenship is a legal, practical requirement for the exercise of fundamental rights. The basis of the rule and conception of the rights of an individual is formalized and legitimated by this august body. It is a privilege, not a right, Mr. President. Ang pagbigay po ng pagka-mamamayang Pilipino ay dapat sumasalamin ng diwa at puso ng pagiging Pilipino. Ang piliin ang maging Pilipino, ang piliin ang Pilipinas, ay ang maging Pilipino sa isip, sa salita, at sa gawa. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. I know we have colleagues that may want to interpolate the measure, not to delay the proceedings. May we recognize the Minority Floor Leader, Mr. President?
We recognize Senator Drilon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have to admit that during the break, the good sponsor and majority leader asked for our concurrence to shorten the process and approve these proposals on second reading. I could not give my concurrence because I did not know any of these applicants. Neither had I the opportunity to attend the committee hearings. I had intended to secure a copy of the committee report and the committee transcript of the committee hearings and the sponsored speeches. And the reason I had that plan, Mr. President, was because of my sad experience in the past when we granted citizenship to certain individuals in the hope that they would bring honor to the country. We agreed to exercise our political judgment to grant them citizenship in the hope that they will be integrated as citizens of our country. Unfortunately, in those several instances in the past, these persons to whom we granted the citizenship abandoned the country and just left us. And it became clear that they wanted Philippine citizenship for monetary, because of the opportunity to earn a living as professional athletes. In fact, there is one, I don't know, is a Spaniard in football who just recently, a few months ago, we conferred upon him Filipino citizenship. After a while, after a few months, he said, I'll be playing in some foreign football club and will no longer play with us. It is with this background that I thought that we should exercise more prudence in granting citizenship to certain individuals. After listening to the good sponsor, the good majority leader, place on record why these applicants deserve a Philippine citizenship. And I am convinced that I have known that they deserve our support. They can be assets to our country. Unlike, I committed a mistake in the past of voting for certain individuals. But in this particular case, as I said, after listening to the good majority leader, I have no objections to. I will not take the period of interpolation. I will not ask any questions. I have no proposed amendments. I have no objection if the majority leader would submit this report or these committee reports and the House bills for the approval of the plenary on second reading. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, to the Minority Floor Leader. Maraming salamat po. I agree with you when it comes to the sportsmen and all these coming here supposedly to play for our country, national team. We will practice more due diligence on that. I totally agree with you. But in this case, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, these people have already wives that are Filipinas. They have children that live here. They've heavily invested in the Philippines, Mr. President. They've studied in our universities. And 3 of them, Mr. President, are actually Hong Kong citizens. And one of them is from China. The reason why they left, we all know the reasons why. We know how Hong Kong has been very strict now, particularly on pro-democracy and all. So it's a good idea that we get the best and the brightest for them to move here at the time. Because right now, I believe England has already opened their doors for them. I believe Canada has also opened their doors for them for asylum and all. But these individuals that I mentioned have already been living here for several years. And I'd like to thank a Minority Floor Leader. Maybe recognize the Minority Floor Leader and then Senator Villar.
Senator Renounce recognized.
Just one question. Are they required to renounce their foreign citizenship the moment they take their oath?
Yes, sir. Under the committee hearing, as what we had, Mr. President, the DFA had to remind them that once they seek Filipino citizenship, China, for example, does not allow dual citizenship. So yes, they will have to be Filipinos through and through, Mr. President.
Would that be included in the proposed bills which will grant the citizenship? If it is not?
I think the bills, Mr. President, are pro forma. These are the bills that we grant. But that's an understanding because I think the DFA will inform the respective countries, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, we would wish to spread on the record that a condition for the final act of oath of allegiance on the part of the applicants should be a written renunciation of their previous citizenship. And we wish to make that of record, and the place of record, the intention of the Senate that is a requirement before they can be finally admitted as citizens of this country by their taking their oath of allegiance to the Philippines and renouncing other citizenships. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May we recognize Senator Villar?
Senator Villar recognized.
She's on mute, sir.
Senator Villar, you're on mute.
Mr. President, as chairman of the Committee on Agriculture and Food, I would like to be a co-sponsor of the granting of citizenship to Patrick Francois Renounce because he has done so much for the rice industry in Leyte and Region 8. So he established a farm school in his farm in Leyte. So I'm very supportive of giving him the Filipino citizenship. Thank you very much.
I likewise saw Majority Floor a documentary on Mr. Patrick Renounce. Quite an inspiring story because he actually set up a very modern rice processing plant in Leyte.
Yes.
Yeah, to demonstrate that we can actually modernize our farming and agriculture sector.
Quite inspiring, Mr. President,
Yeah.
because he's a very well-known person in France and he's actually quite wealthy. To go to Alang-Alang Leyte, I don't even think I visited Alang-Alang Leyte. I think now I will visit because I want to visit his farm school. And I also see Senator Joel Villanueva, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, just to place on record my interest, this
representation's interest to be made co-author, co-sponsor of the measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, we thank again the Minority Floor Leader and allow us to continue. I move that we close the period of interpellation amendments of these measures. Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, we close the period of interpellation and period of amendments.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9308. So
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the measures are approved on second reading.
Mr. President, move to suspend considerations.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measures is closed.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9307.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Mr. President, move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8269.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried. Is
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
there any objection? Hearing none, measure is suspended.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 10281.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved. Is
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
there any objection? Hearing none, measure is suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 10001.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved. Is
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
there any objection? Hearing none, measure is suspended. Is
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7724.
there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved. Is
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
there any objection? Hearing none, measure is suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, our dear colleagues. Next is on the agenda, we'll take up one measure of Ma'am Cynthia Villar, our sponsor, and then after that, we'll go back to Ma'am Grace. I see her online for other sponsorship. So I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order. Have this been read already, just before I do that? It's been read, so the official business na siya? Yes, 536. I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order, Senate Bill number 2494 under Committee Report number 536. So moved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Move to consider the said measure, Mr. President, as Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Senate Bill number 2494, an act strengthening the financing system for agriculture, fisheries, and rural development in the Philippines, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 10000 or the Agra Reform Credit Act of 2009.
May we recognize the sponsor, Senator Cynthia Villar.
We recognize Senator Villar.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. Good morning. I rise to sponsor Committee Report number 536 submitted jointly by the Committee on Agriculture and Food and Agrarian Reform and the Committee on Banks, Financial Institutions and Currency, designated as Senate Bill 2494, recommended for approval in substitution of various Senate bills like Senate Bill 1038 by Senator Marcos, Senate Bill 1336 by Senator Revilla Jr., Senate Bill 1352 by Senator Lapid, Senate Bill 1361 by Senator Angara, and by yours truly, Senate Bill 1585 by yours truly, and Senate Bill 1740 by Senator Poe, and Senate Bill 1924 by Senator Go. Alam nyo, ang aking there is also a proposed Senate Resolution number 19 introduced by Senator Marcos and House Bill 6134 introduced by Representative Kua, Chanco, and Paduano et al. And the title is An Act Strengthening the Financing System for Agriculture, Fisheries, and Rural Development in the Philippines, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 10,000 or the Agra Reform Credit Act of 2009. Napakahaba po ng mga itong inilagay nila, but I just want to summarize for the purpose of our colleagues what is in the bill. Before kasi yung Agra bill, 15% will go to agriculture and 10% will go to land reform beneficiaries as credit from the penalties of those who did not comply with the Agri-Agra, which is rather yung penalties na yung hindi nag-comply na 15% of their loans will be going to agriculture and 10% of their loans will be going to land reform beneficiaries for a total of 25%. Ngayon, ang nangyari, from experience, yung agriculture, nakakapahiram lang sila ng 10%, and yung agra or land reform 1%. Kaya ang daming nasasayang, so may penalties. Kaya ngayon, parang binroaden nila yung 25% na hindi na i-differentiate ang agra at saka agriculture. Basta lahat, basta agriculture, okay. And of course, they added some more for manufacturing of agriculture and so forth. And the penalty, kung hindi pa rin makuha nila, will be nag-change sila ng pagbibigyan ng penalties. Before, it's the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation and divided equally between the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation and the Philippine Guarantee System. Today, they're changing it to ibibigay ang 65% to Land Bank and DBP para mag-loan pa rin sa agriculture na better. And since this is free money, they can only charge 2%. Mura nilang maipapahiram sa mga farmers. And then the other 35% will be given to the split program of DAR, wherein ibibigay na yung titulo sa mga land reform beneficiaries, which we are doing now where World Bank nagbigay ng 19 billion ang World Bank. We have an equity of more than around 5 billion. Siguro ito ang magiging funding ng 5 billion na gagamitin sa split program of the Department of Agrarian Reform. Yun lang po ang gist nung this amendment to the Agri-Agra law, which I think is very reasonable and more practical. Thank you very much po.
And strategize, it will strategize. Yes, of course. Yes. That's absolutely correct.
Session suspended.
Sorry, I was on the phone with Secretary Dominguez inquiring about several measures. So, Mr. President, I move that this is the national measure and a bit complicated. I move that we suspend consideration to all our colleagues to study the measure further and to possible interpolations. We can take this up again next week.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order. This is the measure of our dear colleague, Senator Grace. Oh, what number is that in the agenda that I skipped? Yes. House Bill number 10306, Mr. President. House Bill number, this is number 7 on the agenda. 10306. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
Move to consider the same measure, Mr. President, after Secretary 3, the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is in order.
House Bill number 10306, an act granting More Electric and Power Corporation a franchise to establish, operate, and maintain for commercial purposes and in the public interest a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Iloilo, province of Iloilo, and ensuring the continuous and uninterrupted supply of electricity in the franchise area.
Mr. President, move to recognize sponsor, Senator Grace.
Senator Grace Plus recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs, emphasize the need to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. The impact of the lack of electricity to the community and economy cannot be more emphasized by the onslaught of Typhoon Odette, which left several areas in Visayas and Mindanao without electricity for days. Today, I would like to present for the body's consideration a measure born out of public clamor for cheaper electricity. As chairperson of the Committee on Public Services, allow me to sponsor House Bill number 10306, which seeks to amend Republic Act number 11212, the franchise granted to More Electric and Power Corporation in 2019. Mr. President, let me try to refresh the memory of our colleagues, as it was only last February 2019 when we approved the franchise of More Electric Power Corporation, replacing Panay Electric Company or PECO, whose franchise expired in January of the same year. More Power is now the sole electric distributor in Iloilo City. Aside from More, there are 3 other power distribution utilities sharing the distribution of electricity to 42 municipalities. The Iloilo Electric Cooperative or ILECO 1, 2, and 3. The average prevailing electricity rate for ILECO served areas is at 11 pesos per kilowatt, while Iloilo City served by More is at 6.38 pesos per kilowatt, which is considered as the lowest rate charged by any power distribution utility in the country. In the committee hearing, it was revealed that the difference in electricity rates between More and 3 Elecos is mainly due to generation cost, since they are sourcing from different power supplies. More is currently getting its supply through the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management or PSAM Corporation, a government-owned and controlled corporation, allowing it to get the cheapest rate. More's generation cost is at 350 compared to Ileco's at 7 pesos. Ileco has since expressed their willingness to renegotiate with the existing power suppliers for a rate repricing to yield a generation charge competitive to that of More Power, but to no assurance. Under this measure, More is seeking to expand its services to the 2nd and 4th districts of Iloilo Province, covering 15 municipalities and 1 city presently served by Ileco 1, 2, and 3, and create a healthy competition with these electric cooperatives. It is worth stressing that nothing in the measure proposes a takeover of the franchise area. Almost 2 years since they started operations, More has proven itself capable as a power distribution utility, not only with its low electricity rates, but as also reflected in the significant reduction in systems loss, increase in customer base, vast improvement of facilities, among other achievements. And we recognize More's willingness to expand, as this is an investment that they are giving to our power sector and the Philippine economy. However, we should not disregard the services provided by Ileco 1, 2, and 3, who were instrumental in the rural electrification of Iloilo Province, especially in far-flung localities. In the 2019 Overall Performance Assessment of the National Electrification Administration, or NEA, the 3 Ilecos garnered a AAA rating, a testimony on the brand of service they have provided to Ilonggos for the past several years. More so, in the recent NEA compliance report for the 2nd quarter of 2021, the 3 Ilecos were given a green classification, which means they were able to meet all the 7 performance standards and parameters set by NEA for electric cooperatives. Having said that, it is hard to discount the fact that residents in adjacent and nearby municipalities would like to avail of the same service at a cheaper rate. As members of the legislative branch, we have to keep an open mind to the changing times. Our task is to be responsive to the needs of our constituents. The bottom line is, how and when can we make electricity more affordable to our countrymen, lalong-lalo na ngayon na bawat piso ay mahalaga sa gitna ng pandemya. But then we are faced by a difficult situation. Whether to allow Moore's entry into the expansion areas, give customers the choice of cheaper electricity, but remaining Ileco customers will carry the burden of higher rates, or to uphold the status quo and spare Ileco customers of increased rates, but neglect the public demand for more affordable electricity. Mr. President, my sponsorship of this measure is geared towards creating an open discussion with our colleagues to thresh out all the questions and issues so we can better weigh in on this measure. As we do so, I hope we can deliberate this with the public need in mind. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, to all our colleagues, I know there are several colleagues who want to interpolate. I move that we suspend consideration of this.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Moving back to our local bills, this is an omnibus speech for the Public Works Committee. Do we have Senator Pacquiao online, Mr. President? Just to be sure, I will not call a member that's not online.
Nandiyan ba siya?
He's online, Mr. President. Maybe we can ask 1 minute suspension
Mr.
to locate.
There.
Oh, he's there.
Yeah.
Yes, I
Can hear his voice.
hear, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order House Bills number 7669, 81, have they been read? Official business, Mr. President?
Okay na ito.
They've been read? House Bill number 7669, 8147, 8148, 8221, 8224, 9801, 9803. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
We ask the Secretary and move to consider and ask Secretary to read the title.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the consideration of the measures in order.
House Bill number 7669, an act officially naming the Mandaue Causeway located in the city of Mandaue, province of Cebu, stretching from the corner of SB Cabaog Street, traversing the Apollo Creek in Barangay Centro and the Mandaue Reclamation Area up to the bridge over the Mahiga Creek at the Cebu International Port as Wano Avenue. House Bill number 8147, an act renaming the Bugo Corva Middelin, the Bantayan Maya Road stretching from Barangay Don Pedro Rodriguez in the city of Bugo, traversing through the barangays Daihagon, Don Virgilio, Gonzales, Canhabagat, Tindog, Corva, Kaputatan Sur, Kaputatan Norte, Poblacion, Daan Lungsod, Antipolo, Mahawak, and Kawit in the municipality of Medellin, barangays Pakawan, Paypay, Bitoon, Poblacion, Aguho, Tapilon, up to Maya in the municipality of Danbantayan, all in the province of Cebu as Juan Macaraeg Highway. House Bill number 8148, an act renaming the Lubog Bridge, traversing Barangay Padalsalan in the municipality of Plaridel, province of Misamis Occidental, as Alfonso Borlat Abduhan Bridge. House Bill number 8221, an act naming the first Cebu Mactan Bridge, traversing the Mactan Channel located at AC Cortez Avenue in Barangay Luok, Mandaue City up to the Mandaue Mactan Road in Barangay Pao, Lapu-Lapu City, both in the province of Cebu as Serhing Veloso Osmeña Jr. Bridge. House Bill number 8224, an act renaming the Marawi City, Kapay, Tagoloan, and Lanao del Sur Road, stretching from Barangay Bangolo Poblacion in the city of Marawi and traversing through the municipalities of Kapay and Tagoloani, all in the province of Lanao del Sur, as Senator Ahmad Dumocaw Alangani Alonto Sr. National Road. 9801, an act renaming the Carmen Santo Tomas Road, stretching from Junction Agusan-Labao Road, fronting the Battle of Ising Monument in Barangay Ising, traversing through Barangays New Camiling, Alihal, and Magsaysay, all in the Municipality of Carmen, Province of Davao del Norte, as Saturnino Silva Road. House Bill number 9803, an act naming the road leading to the Bohol Panglao International Airport, is stretching from Barangay Lourdes up to Barangay Tawala in the Municipality of Panglao, Province of Bohol, as Governor Constancio Chato Turalba Road.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we recognize the sponsor, Senator Manny Pacquiao from Bansang Kamao, to sponsor the measure.
Senator Manny Pacquiao is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. I am honored to sponsor the following local bills from Committee on Public Works: House Bill number 7669 and Senate Bill number 1325, introduced by Senator Richard Gordon, under Committee Report number 495, renaming the Mandawi Causeway to Coano Avenue. House Bill number 8147, under Committee Report number 496, renaming the Bugo Corba Midilin Dang Bantayan Maya Road in Cebu as Juan Macaraeg Highway. House Bill number 8148, under Committee Report number 497, renaming Lubog Bridge in Misamis Oriental as Alfonso Burlat Abduhan Bridge. House Bill number 8221, under Committee Report number 498, renaming the first Cebu-Mactan Bridge as Sergeant Biloso Osmeña Jr. Bridge. House Bill number 8224, under Committee Report number 499, renaming the Marawi City, Kapay, Taguluan, Second Lanao del Sur Road as Senator Ahmad Dumukao Alangadi Alonto Sr. National Road. House Bill number 9801, under Committee Report number 500, renaming the Carmen Santo Tomas Road and Davao del Norte as Saturnino R. Silva Road. And House Bill number 9803, under Committee Report number 501, naming the road leading the Bohol Panglao International Airport as Governor Constancio Chato Turalba Road. The committee conducted a hearing regarding these local measures on September 29, 2021. Those people who have dedicated their lives and serve of the community deserve to be commemorated even through this simple gesture, Mr. President. With this, let us support our fellow public servants in the lower house by ensuring the passage of these measures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we tackle these measures one by one, with the good sponsor, just answer a question from this representation, Mr. President. My dear kumpare. Just one question.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. On House Bill number 7669, yung sa Mandawi Bridge, the first bridge would be named, no, sorry, not the House Bill 766. I believe House Bill number 8221. Yung unang tulay, Mr. Ginoong Pangulo, that had no name prior. I know there's a Fernan Bridge. Is the Fernan Bridge yung second bridge? I think yung Fernan Bridge yung second bridge. The good presiding officer also has business interests in the island of Mactan. So this is naming the first bridge, Serhing Osmeña Jr., which is an apt name to be given to the first bridge because he was former president of the Republic of the Philippines. So wala pa pong pangalan yung first bridge, Your Honor, Mr. Sponsor?
Cebu-Mactan Bridge, Mr. President.
Cebu-Mactan Bridge lang yung pangalan niya, yung unang tulay.
Cebu-Mactan
So wala
Bridge.
pa pala siyang pangalan. Okay, so yung Fernan Bridge still remains as Fernan Bridge. Yun yung pangalawang tulay. That's the second one, I believe. If I can remember, I remember nakalagay doon yung lapida niya is Marcelo Fernan Bridge. So yun lang po. So yung unang pangalan po ay Cebu Mactan Bridge, the first bridge. So it's not
Cebu
named
Mactan
after
Bridge.
anyone. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr.
With that, I have no
President.
further questions, President. If our colleagues have no further questions, may I move to close the period of interpellation and may amendments pa po ito, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. President?
No amendments, Mr. President.
So with that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of interpellation and amendments.
There any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation and amendments are closed.
Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor, may I be made also a co-sponsor of the measure together with Senator Binay, who also wishes to be a co-sponsor of the Baliwag City measure. If it's all right with a good sponsor, mag-co-sponsor po. Senator Joel also would like to be made co-sponsor. Thank you. Salamat po. With that, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7669, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of measures suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8147.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved. Is
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
there any objection? Hearing none, measure is suspended.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8148.
Is there any objection? Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8221.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved.
Mr. President, move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8224.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is suspended. Is
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9801.
there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9803.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved. Measure is suspended.
Congratulations to our sponsor, Senator Manny Pacquiao, for the aforementioned local bills. Maraming salamat po. Moving forward, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're just finalizing on the EPR bill of our distinguished colleague. We're just finalizing the amendments. Hopefully, we'll be able to take it up in yes, may I recognize Senator Villar, Mr. President.
I thought the amendments are finalized already. They gave me a copy already.
Meron pa po, ma'am, yung sa amin. If you give us a few more minutes, we'll take it up.
Okay.
Promise we'll not adjourn before we take it up.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving forward, Mr. President, going to other local bills, we have a few of local bills from Senator Tolentino and a lot of hospital bills from Senator Go. Moving forward, Mr. President, 1 second. May amendment pa pala. Yes, I move to take up House Bill number 9971.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion carried.
Mr. President, move to open the period, we are in the, close the period of interpellation as no member wishes to interpolate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, we close the period of interpellation.
Move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Tolentino.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. We recognize the good sponsor, Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. For our amendments, Mr. President, on page 2, lines 19 to 22, delete the entire section 6 and replace it with a new section 6 to read thus. Section 6, National Tax Allotment Shares. Barangays Pasong Putik proper, Greater Lagro, and North Fairview shall be entitled to an allotment derived from the national taxes pursuant to Section 285 of Republic Act 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code as amended, period. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Amendments carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. And finally, to renumber the sections accordingly and subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
Sorry, numbered.
No further amendments, Mr. President.
Move to close period of amendments, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 997.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7771, and no member wishes to interpolate the measure. Move to close the period of
Is
interpolation.
there any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed.
Move to open the period of amendments. Recognize the sponsor for committee amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the committee amendments, on page 1, line 6, delete the figure 2022 and replace the same with 2025. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
There are no further committee amendments, Mr. President.
Move to close period of amendments, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7771.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of measure is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move to resume consideration House Bill number 10021 and close the period of interpolation as there are no members wish to interpolate.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed. Is
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor.
there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open.
Yes, Mr. President. For our committee amendments, on page 1, line 2, delete the figure 2022 and replace the same with 2025. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried. Is
There are no further committee amendments, Mr. President.
Move to close the period of interpolations.
there any objection? Hearing none,
Period of amendments, rather.
period of amendments closed.
President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 10021. So move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of measure is suspended.
Interpolation is here. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We have two measures here online of Senator Tolentino. One is the creation of the Metro Bataan Development Authority. The other one is the Baguio City Trinidad Sablan Tuba Development Authority. Will there be an interpolation from the minority floor leader, Mr. President, on these measures? Or may we close the period of interpolation, sir, on this measure?
Okay, can I have can the good gentleman, Majority Leader, repeat the title of the bill under consideration?
Yes, sir. This is number 4 and number 5 of our agenda on interpolation. This is the Act Creating Metro Bataan Development Authority. And the other one is the creation of the Baguio City, La Trinidad, Itogon, Sablan, Tuba, Tublay Development Authority.
I have no more questions on those two measures, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to our dear minority floor leader. With that, Mr. President, I move that we close the period of, resume the consideration of House Bill number 8221 and close the period of interpolation as there are no interpolations.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of amendments. Ask the chairman if they have amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. We recognize Senator Tolentino.
Yes, Mr. President, for House Bill 8218, this is the Baguio, this is the Metro Bataan Development Authority. We have some committee amendments. On page 2, lines 10 to 25, delete the entire section 4 and replace it with a new section to read as follows. Section 4, Metro Bataan Development Council. The Metro Bataan Development Council, open parenthesis, close parenthesis, council, shall be the governing board and policy-making body of the MBDA. The council shall be composed of the governor of Bataan as ex officio chairperson, semicolon, the congressional representatives of the province of Bataan, and the mayors of the city of Balanga and the municipalities of Abukay, Bagak, Dinalupihan, Hermosa, Limay, Mariveles, Morong, Orani, Orion, Pilar, and Samal as ex officio members. The Region 3 regional directors of the Department of the Interior and Local Government, DILG, open close parenthesis, comma, the Department of the Environment and Natural Resources, DNR, open close parenthesis, comma, Department of Public Works and Highways, open close parenthesis, DPWH, comma, Land Transportation Office, open close parenthesis, LTO, and the Civil Defense Office, open close parenthesis, OCD, and the Philippine National Police, PNP, open close parenthesis, shall serve as ex officio members of the council without voting rights. Any mayor may opt out prior to voting such that the decision or action approved by the council shall not apply to the city or municipalities that opted out. Provided that the council shall only address province-wide, multi-municipality, or inter-municipality concerns. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any
Mr.
objection?
President, Mr. President,
Senator De Leon is recognized.
yes, will the good sponsor yield the floor to a couple of questions?
Yes, willingly, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm sure that the sponsor is aware of the limitations in our Constitution on the ability of members of Congress to hold another office outside of their elected positions in Congress. And it's very specific that the holding of such other position is not allowed under the Constitution. Likewise, the matter of the local government officials sitting in another body is also, if I recall correctly, prohibited under existing laws. Can the good sponsor clarify us on this matter?
Thank you, Mr. President. There is a term here, ex officio officers, as to the local government officials holding another position in another capacity. The glaring example, Mr. President, is the Metro Manila Council, of which the presiding officer was formerly a member. All the Metro Manila mayors are members, all elected Metro Manila mayors are members of that council as well, Mr. President. So it's being done, it's being followed. As to the membership of the members of the lower house, I think there are also other examples, Mr. President, wherein congressional representatives sit as ex officio members, specifically, for instance, Mr. President, in regional development councils, they sit as ex officio members. Of course, there is no double compensation, no double remuneration, no extra allowances involved. And the essence here, Mr. President, is to really synchronize the movement of the council in terms of legislation, executive policy formulation and implementation, and to see to it that there will be no disconnect between what the members of Congress representing the area would be espousing insofar as the development of the area or their districts are concerned. So this is the gist of this section, Mr. President. It has been done. It is being done. It's being followed. But I think the constitutional prohibition would entail to a job that would remove from the elected congressional representatives their lawmaking purpose. They should focus on legislation. But here, as ex officio members, I think the overarching trend here is just to provide them with the necessary data and provide as well the legislative guidelines on how the Metro Bataan Development Council would proceed, Your Honor, taking into account that there should be an interconnectivity between all the officials performing within the said jurisdictional territory of the Metro Bataan Development Council.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. The reason I'm raising that is I was a respondent to a case filed by some party from some parties years back when the issue was raised in the case of the mayor of Olongapo City being an ex officio manager of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority. I am not so sure about what it was, but this case involves our good Senator, Senator Gordon, when he was then the mayor of Olongapo City. And I recall, and I may be mistaken because I'm recalling it from memory, that the court did not allow the mayor of Olongapo City to sit or to assume the position of Subic Bay Authority General Manager. Likewise, I do remember the matter of members of Congress occupying non-congressional positions. As we all know, the members of Congress are specifically prohibited from occupying other positions. That is why in the EDCOM bill yesterday, we made the private sector as members of a technical advisory council because we wanted to preserve the Congressional Educational Commission as an adjunct of the Philippine Congress, not a separate office, because we were conscious of that constitutional prohibition. It is in this regard that we beg to disagree with the good sponsor that simply because it is being done, it is valid. We have not examined the similarity of the functions of the members of the Metro Manila Council or the Regional Development Council and how different it is to the proposed councils. So we would request that the issue allow us to study just further, and that at least until the next session when this is considered, so that we can review the constitutional provision better, because this is an amendment to the proposed measure. So we regret, Mr. President, that we will request for time to study the constitutional issues involved in the amendment being proposed by the good sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may be allowed to reply. Perhaps the Subic case would really involve a dual function, dual administrative day-to-day function between a Subic administrator and a city mayor. And that's probably the conflict there. And so far as the congressional representatives of the province of Bataan, I would, for purposes of constitutional safe harbor, would probably agree with the minority leader that this line can be deleted to ensure that there would be no conflict with the Constitution. But I agree likewise that this has to be studied. But if the good minority leader would propose that this will be deleted, I would totally accept as I stand now, without studying other cases, the inclusion of congressional representatives.
What about, thank you for that, Mr. President, but may I know the position of the sponsor on the local executive occupying another position, and how would the good sponsor rationalize that in the face of the Supreme Court decision, which I thought is applicable here?
Yes, Mr. President, as I've said, the Subic case involves a city mayor acting as the Subic administrator, which would entail a heavy day-to-day administrative function. But in this case, these are These are your council meetings, probably of 1 to 2 hours every quarter or every month. So this is not a day-to-day administrative function that would conflict with your duties as existing municipal mayors, for instance, of Bukay or Bagak. So this would be a function in addition to your usual duties, which would not even be in conflict with your existing elective positions, but on the contrary, it will expand. It will expand, and it will provide more coherence with your colleagues with your adjacent colleagues' functions. So I don't see any function. And as I've given an example before, the Metro Manila Council is a prime example of this. They meet almost on a weekly basis, especially with this COVID-19 pandemic. They issue policy statements, they issue guidelines affecting us here in Metro Manila as to the lockdown, as to the ordinances that would be required, as to the vaccination center. So this in a way is in compliance with several provisions of Republic Act 7160 that local chief executives should align themselves and should pursuant to Article 16 of the said code should form groups that would really push for the unification of functions to be more efficient, Mr. President. I think this is in compliance with the law, and I think even with the Constitution. But as to the congressional representatives, if the good minority leader would propose the deletion, I would perhaps accede to that, Mr. President.
Firstly, it has not been accepted, and therefore it is still within the power of the good sponsor to withdraw that amendment if she means to. But, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I am withdrawing this, and I quote for the record, the congressional representatives of the province of Bataan, and including the word N. So if I may reread, this is quite lengthy, but I can read the paragraph involved with the permission of the minority leader. Section 4, Metro Bataan Development Council. The Metro Bataan Development Council shall be the governing board and policy-making body of the MBDA. Period. The council shall be composed of the governor of Bataan as ex-officio chairperson, the mayors of the city of Balanga and the municipalities of Abukay, Bagak, Dinalupihan, Hermosa, Limay, Maribeles, Morong, Orani, Orion, Pilar, and Samal as ex-officio members. Period.
Mr. President, I'm not aware of any precedent insofar as this is concerned. Insofar, the only precedent I remember is that involving Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority. May we be given time to study this? This is an important constitutional issue. May we be given time to review this proposal, and and this can be again considered when we meet on Monday, when we resume our sessions on Monday, January 31.
Yes, Mr. President.
Both na siguro? Yeah, okay, Mr. President. Mr. President, possibly also, with that, Mr. President, we move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Your objection, hearing none, consideration measure is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe we might as well, Mr. President, our dear minority floor leader, take up as well House Bill number 9215. This is the Baguio Metropolitan Authority. On Monday na rin, siguro, Mr. President, to give us more time to study the measure.
Well,
so we'll move on to the next.
Mr. President, if there are proposed amendments, then I would suggest that the good sponsor already introduce them so that if there are basic constitutional issues, we can already study it and be ready on Monday.
Which one? The Bataan?
You're referring, Mr. President, to the Baguio La Trinidad?
I assume that's the I do not know what the good majority
Yes.
leader is referring to.
Okay. Mr. President, I would just like to ask the sponsor first, are there any more amendments on the Bataan Development Authority, or that was the only amendment?
There are still other amendments, Mr. President.
There are a lot
I
of
think
President, Mr.
two or
President.
more sections, Mr. President.
Yes.
Senator Angara is recognized.
Just with the indulgence of the two gentlemen who have the floor, this good sponsor, the very hardworking sponsor of chairman of local government. May I just ask what is the legal issue that was being discussed very animatedly by our legal luminaries? Is it whether an elected official can subsequently or simultaneously hold a ex officio position in a board? In this case, the Metro, is it the Metro Bataan Authority? Is that the legal question?
Yes. Yes, two issues, Mr. President. One, whether the Constitution would allow congressional representatives to join a council in an ex officio capacity. Number two, whether elected local government officials, city mayors, can likewise join a council in an ex officio capacity. Those two issues, Mr. President. And if the former chairman of the local government can elucidate and help us navigate through these ways, we would be more than willing to listen.
I defer to the opinion of the former Secretary of Justice, but I remember there is a Supreme Court case decided by during the Cory administration, the Civil Liberties Union versus Executive Secretary case. And I don't know if this is in point, but it's explained that provision on, but this applied to cabinet officials. So although the court also talked about, interpreted that provision applying to all elective and appointive officials. So that may be obiter dictum, it may not be the ratio decidendi of the case, but I'm just putting it out there in case our legal luminaries still remember that case where I think the Supreme Court ruled that if it is an ex officio capacity and related to their primary duties and there is no added compensation such that it will violate the Supreme Court ruling or the constitutional rule against double compensation and the holding of double offices, then that was an exception to the general rule laid down in the Constitution, as well as the stricter rule for cabinet officials. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there without for the consideration of our legal luminaries, Mr. President.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. President. We will study that circa 1992 case. It's been how many decades?
It was penned by a former president of the chamber, Chief Justice Fernan, Mr. President.
Siling Fernan. Thank you, Mr.
May I
President.
recognize the Minority Floor Leader, Mr.
yes. Thank you for that observation. On the record, Senator, the gentleman from Aurora. I was in the cabinet and one of the respondents in that case involving a Civil Liberties Union. And the issue was the dual positions of the members of the cabinet. And these dual positions resulted from the laws enacted then. And it pertains to specifically cabinet members, membership in another office. In this particular case, this involves local government officials, and there was a more specific case involving SBMA and Senator Richard Gordon, who was then mayor of Olongapo City. And that's why I was trying to recall this. The Supreme Court ruled that this cannot be done. That is why I said I would wish to review the proposed amendments, especially also involving the members of Congress, again because of that specific prohibition that members of Congress cannot be designated or cannot occupy positions other than that of being a member of Congress. And since these are very not easy constitutional issues to resolve by us, we be given over the weekend to review the constitutional issues and present our position when this is taken up again on January 31.
I fully agree with the minority leader. I fully agree, Mr. President, that this may be a different case, and I defer to his legal wisdom and his need for more time. But maybe in the Gordon case, it is because the position he was designated to was a full-time position, whereas I think some of the positions wherein the Supreme Court has permitted perhaps in the past, or by practice, by tolerance, they are boards and not full-time positions and would not conflict also. So I think in practice, if you look at the Freeport area of Bataan, the Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, the Aurora Ecozone, you have both local government officials and elected representatives sitting as ex officio members of the board. Perhaps there are other government bodies similarly situated, Mr. President. Just for whatever that is worth. Again, I defer to our two legal luminaries. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. One last point, Mr. President. It reminds me when I was still a small boy, and this probably is a very classic case. My idol, Attorney Estelito Mendoza, was elected governor of Bataan, of Pampanga. Sorry. Estelito Mendoza was likewise made a member of the Batasang Pambansa, a legislative body. Estelito Mendoza, Governor Mendoza, was likewise made Secretary of Justice. And thereafter, Estelito Mendoza was made Solicitor General, Mr. President. So he occupied 4 positions. So that's really confusing. Practically, he just missed the position of Minister of Health.
Okay, that's during martial law, Mr. President.
Yes, so that's a good study, Mr. President. But we comply with the request of the minority leader. We will study over the weekend. And
Yes,
I will even study the positions before of Solicitor General Estelito Mendoza of Pampanga.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President, just a brief response. It is precisely because of our experience on the abuses done in this kind of structure in the past that we have these constitutional prohibitions. Secretary Mendoza's past positions is precisely the reason why we have these prohibitions that is found in the Constitution. Because this the positions occupied by Secretary Mendoza were all during martial law, and certainly anything goes at the time. Whatever is the whim and caprice of the head of the president was followed, and that again I would repeat. Yes, the example cited of Secretary Mendoza and Governor Mendoza are very valid, but this should be the example of why we have this rule today. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Therefore, we'll suspend consideration of the 2 measures till Monday. Mr. President, before I tackle the hospital bill, we just have a request from our distinguished colleague, Senator Joel Villanueva, as he's not feeling well. And I wish him well, Mr. President, and I hope that he gets tested to make sure he knows what he has. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9520. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measures in order.
This number 35 on the agenda. This is the Tarlac State University. Mr. President, we recognize no member wishes to interpolate the measure. Move to close the period of interpolation and move to open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor for the amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendment is open. We recognize Senator Villanueva.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. On page 8, after line 17, a new section is inserted to read as follows. Section 20, transitory. Yes?
Go ahead po.
Section 20, transitory provision. Upon effectivity of this act, all employees of the TSU shall be retained in their present positions, and no one shall be adversely affected by the approval of the amendments to the original charter. The incumbent president of TSU shall continue to hold office until the expiration of 1 term. Renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
may you recognize Minority Floor Leader.
I'm sorry, but I missed the citation of the majority leader on which item of the agenda are we in now?
This is number 35, Mr. President, for interpolation. This is House Bill number, page 13 po, under my agenda. House Bill number 9520, an act strengthening Tarlac State University, Your Honor.
This is, yeah,
An
because I
act
do not know.
strengthening Tarlac State University.
University.
Number 35 on page 14.
214 kasi.
Number 35
On page 14.
Number 35 on page 14. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think we can understand the difficulties of our secretariat because we even find difficulty trying to figure out which of the bills we are discussing. So it's number 35, House Bill 9520 under Committee Report 407, strengthening the Tarlac State University. Is that correct, sir?
That is
Yes,
correct.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
With the due indulgence of the good sponsor, can we read again the amendment?
The amendment.
Yes, Mr. President. On page 8, after line 17, a new section is inserted to read as follows. Section 20, transitory provision. Upon effectivity of this act, all employees of the TSU shall be retained in their present positions and no one shall be adversely affected by the approval of the amendments to the original charter. The incumbent president of TSU shall continue to hold office until the expiration of one term. And we move that we renumber the succeeding sections accordingly, Mr. President. So moved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the good sponsor.
Thank you. There being no objection, Mr. President, we move to approve the amendment. Mr. President.
Yes, any objection? Hearing none, amendment is accepted.
Any more amendments, Your Honor?
No more, Mr. President. Thank you.
Move to
Majority.
close. Thank you. Close the period of amendment, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed. Is
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9520.
there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration measures suspended.
President, move to resume consideration House Bill number 6975.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measures in order.
No member wishes to interpolate. This is the Palawan State University bill. Move to close period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed.
Move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendment is open. We recognize Senator Villanueva.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. On page 1, section 2, line 15, after the word the and before the word province, insert the phrase following municipalities of the. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On the same page, line 17 to 18, delete the phrase campuses shall be integrated as regular campuses of the Palawan State University, hereinafter referred to as the university. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is accepted.
On the same page, second paragraph, lines 20 to 22, delete the phrase the PSU-CCRD external campuses in the province of Palawan and in the city of Puerto Princesa, namely. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is accepted.
On the same page, Mr. President, line 22, delete the phrase and other branches and in lieu thereof, insert the following phrases. PSU Araceli, PSU El Nido, and PSU San Rafael located in Barangay San Rafael in the city of Puerto Princesa. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment carried.
Mr. President, also I move that we integrate the first and second paragraph. So section 2 shall now read as follows. Section 2, just for the record, the Palawan State University of Community Resources Development or PSU-CCRD external campuses in the following municipalities of the province of Palawan and in the city of Puerto Princesa, namely PSU Nara, PSU Quezon, PSU Brooks Point, PSU Rojas, PSU Taytay, PSU Coron, PSU Espanola, PSU Rizal, PSU Bataraza, PSU Balabac, PSU Dumaran, PSU San Vicente, PSU Linapacan, PSU Araceli, PSU El Nido, and PSU San Rafael, located in Barangay San Rafael in the city of Puerto Princesa, shall be integrated as regular campuses of the university.
Is
So that's
there
it,
any
Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, amendment accepted.
To close
Yes,
the
Mr.
period of
President.
amendments, Mr. President.
Sorry, Mr. President, there are
Or
three more.
rather, I withdraw my motion.
On page 1, line 27, after the word campuses, delete the phrase and technology branches.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is accepted.
On page 2, line 25, after the word linapakan, delete the phrase and kuyo, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase PSU Araceli, PSU El Nido, and PSU San Rafael. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On page 2, line 43, delete the phrase and kuyo, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase PSU Araceli, PSU El Nido, and PSU San Rafael. So move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Last one, Mr. President, on page 2, line 44, delete the word extension, and in lieu thereof, insert the word external. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
That'll be all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendment closed.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 6975.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration measures.
Move to resume consideration House Bill number 9528, and no member wishes to interpolate. Move to close the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed.
Move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. We recognize Senator Villanueva.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. On lines 5 to 13, delete the entire section 2. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On lines 15 to 16, renumber section 3 into becoming section 2. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried. Amendment is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. After line 16, insert a new section 3 to be read as follows. Section 3, all laws, presidential decrees, executive orders, rules and regulations contrary to or inconsistent with the provisions of this act are repealed or modified accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Last one, Mr. President, finally, to amend the title of the bill, which shall now read as follows. An act renaming the Adjong Memorial Polytechnic State College in the municipality of Ditsaan, Ramain, province of Lanao del Sur, as the Adjong Memorial State College. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is accepted.
That'll be all, Mr. President, and thank you so much.
Move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation, period amendment is closed. Is
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9528.
there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration measures suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of the hospital bills of Senator Go. There are a number of them from item number 6, until item number 20, Mr. President. I just like to ask the sponsor, Mr. President, if there are any amendments to these measures. May we ask Senator Go, are there any amendments, sir?
There are no committee amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7971, 7974, 7975, 8225, 8228, 8892, 8893, 9073, 9074, 7952, 8227, 8270, 8606, 8668, and 8195. I so move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned measures is in order.
President, with the permission of the body, I move that we close the period of interpolation and amendments of all these aforesaid measures as there are none.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation and amendments are closed.
President, doing it one by one, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7971. So move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading. Is
Move to close. I move to suspend.
there any objection? Hearing none, measure is suspended. Is
President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7974.
there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
To suspend consideration.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration measure is suspended.
President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7975.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8225.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
To suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8228.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration, measures approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration measure suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8892.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8893.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration measure suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9073.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, considerations of measures suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 9074.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of measure is suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7952.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration measure is suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8227.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8270.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the measure is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8606.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved on second reading. Is
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8668.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration measure suspended.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8195.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you very much, and my congratulations to the sponsor, Senator Christopher Lawrence Go. Mr. President, may I just make an appeal to Senator Go? We have a pending bill that I filed. Sana po ma-take up natin. Baka pwede pa natin may pasound next week. Ito po yung Iloilo City Hospital. So I'm making an appeal on behalf of our minority floor leader, myself, and all the Ilonggos of Iloilo, Mr. President.
Mr. President, maybe
Duly noted, Mr. President.
Maybe we be made co-authors with the permission of our health chairperson of this hospital.
Yes, can we be made co-sponsor, all those members that are present today? Your sponsor? You're the sponsor?
Yes, Mr. President, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving forward.
I think Senator Francis is raising his hand.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Senator Francis.
Yeah, all members present.
Sponsor, yeah.
All members present today, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Omnibus motion.
The report.
All members present today for these hospital measures. In the time of COVID, it's very timely, Mr. President. Maraming salamat. Is Senator Grace Poe ready? And then after that, we can tackle the measures of our distinguished colleague, Senator Villar. And then there's a couple more and we can call it a day.
Sure.
Senator Grace?
Mr. President, what is this? Is this for the LTO?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am. Mr. President.
let me get my file right here. Hold on. 1 minute suspension.
If you want, Madam colleague, we can take up muna the measure of Senator Villar really quickly.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of, wait, let me find the number as I might make a mistake. Where's that
Is
again?
there any objection? Hearing none, motion carried.
There is no bill
There's no
yet.
motion yet.
Wala pa ba?
No
Sorry,
motion.
sorry, sorry.
I'm looking for the number.
Sorry, I'm
2425, Mr. President. I move that we resume consideration.
I'm sorry.
Senate Bill number 2425. So sorry.
What number is that in the agenda, sir?
It is number 25. It is the EPR, Your Honor. That was the plastics measure. This is
okay.
number on page 6, if I'm not mistaken. Is it on page 6? Number?
What?
that page?
25.
Page 8, number 1 in the agenda. I do not know
Page-
why my agenda is always different from everybody else. Because in my agenda, it is number 6, page 6, number
No,
25.
it's page
Anyway.
8, number 1.
Okay.
Page 8, number 1.
Yes. Senate Bill number 2494, this is an act strengthening the financial system. I'm sorry, rather,
Page
my
8,
apologies.
number
page
1.
8, number 1.
Number 1. Yes.
My apologies. Medyo gutom na po tayo. Senate Bill number 2425, an act institutionalizing the practice of extended producer responsibility on plastic packaging waste. Mr. President, we've already resumed consideration. I heard your motion earlier. May we open the period of amendments, Mr. President, as we have already terminated the period of interpellation. May we recognize the sponsor for the amendments, Mr. President? Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Villar?
Okay. Mr. President,
we recognize Senator Villar.
okay. Mr. President, the following are my individual amendments incorporating the individual amendments submitted to the committee by Senate Pro Tempore Recto, Minority Leader Drilon, Senator Hontiveros, and Senator Gatchalian. Okay, on page 2, line 10, after the word products, delete the punctuation period and quotation mark and insert the phrase to promote sustainable consumption and production and the principles of a circular economy and to emphasize the full responsibility of producer throughout the product's life cycle. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is accepted.
Still on page 2, after line 14, insert the definition of the term circular economy, which shall read as follows. E. Circular economy shall refer to an economic model of creating value by extending product lifespan through improved design and servicing and relocating waste from the end of the supply chain to the beginning. This contemplates using resources more efficiently by using them over and over, not only once, and aiming to retain highest utility and value of products, components, and materials at all times, such as sharing, leasing, reuse, repair, refurbishment, and recycling in an almost closed loop. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On page 3, lines 9 and 10, delete the phrase companies that, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase producers, manufacturers, and importers as defined under Section 3EE, herein which I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion, amendment is carried.
Still on page 3, line 11 to 14, delete the phrase including but not limited to producers, manufacturers, and importers, and those who offer any product or good for consumption or use, whether for sale or for free, of the general public. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is accepted.
Still on page 3, line 16, between the words micro and small, delete the conjunction and in lieu thereof, insert the punctuation mark, comma. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is accepted.
Still on page 3 from line 17 to 21, delete the phrase
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Villar, I have a proposed
Yes.
amendment. Yes, on
Yes,
page 3,
please.
line 16 is an ulterior amendment. After the word
Yes.
small, may I insert the word medium and medium? And
Okay.
the portion shall now read as followed. Obliged companies shall not include those under the category of micro, small, and medium enterprises.
Okay.
Let us
The,
Is it accepted?
sponsor say.
the amendment is accepted.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Okay na po,
Okay.
ma'am. Good.
Still on page 3, line 17 to 21, delete the phrase but shall include suppliers of branded and unbranded plastics as defined in the next paragraph and use in online deliveries, food service, as well as in micro and small enterprises. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 3, line 21, between the words micro and small, delete the conjunction and in lieu thereof, insert the punctuation mark, comma. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 3, line 22, between the word, before the word enterprises, insert the phrase and medium. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On page 4, line 6, delete the phrase polyethylene terephthalate and in lieu thereof insert the phrase polyethylene terephthalate, high-density polyethylene, low-density polyethylene. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is accepted.
Still on page 4, line 7, delete the word polystyrene and in lieu thereof insert the phrase polystyrene. This is just to correct the wrong spelling. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 4, line 7, delete the comma of the word PVC and insert the word N. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 4, line 7, delete the comma and the word ETC after the word nylon. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 4, line 7, after the word B, insert the phrase processed to form solid objects of various shapes. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 4, from line 7 to 10, delete the phrase molded into shape while soft and then set into a rigid or slightly elastic form and utilized in a wide range of application. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 4, line 16, after the word producer, insert the phrase or its authorized pro. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 4, line 17, delete the words polymer type and. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 4, line 18, delete the phrase in parentheses flexible, rigid, and in lieu thereof insert the phrase either flexible or rigid. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
From page 6, lines 13 to 23, and up to page 7, lines 1 to 10, delete the entire definition of the term producer. In lieu thereof, insert the definition of the term product producer, which shall read as follows. EE, product producer shall refer to the following persons: brand owner who sells any commodity under a brand or label using a product it produced or a material supplied to it by another manufacturer. And number 2, product manufacturer or importer who supplies its commodity for the use of the general consumer or distributes the same as a material product of a brand owner, provided that if the goods are manufactured, assembled, or processed for another person who attaches its own brand name to the consumer product, the latter shall be deemed the manufacturer. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On page 7, line 22, insert the definition for the term sustainable consumption and production, which shall read as RR sustainable consumption and production shall refer to the use of services and related products which respond to basic needs and bring a better quality of life while minimizing the use of natural resources and toxic materials, as well as the emission of waste and pollutants over the life of the cycle of the service or product so as not to jeopardize the needs of future generations. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Relater the definition of terms under Section 3 of Republic Act number 9003 accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, so related.
On page 9, line 11, delete the conjunction and. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 9, line 13, after the word prices and punctuation mark, semicolon, insert the conjunction and. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 9, line 14, insert a new enumeration which shall read as follows. On the rate of recovery of each type of plastic waste, updated semi-annually. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
On page 10, line 2, between the word target and conjunction and, insert the punctuation mark, comma, and the phrase performance scorecard. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On page 14, line 13, between the words involved and packaging, insert the phrase type of. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 14, line 13, after the word packaging, insert the phrase as defined in section 3, parenthesis Y and parenthesis AA. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On page 17, line 14, after the word facilities, delete the punctuation mark, period, and lieu thereof, insert the punctuation mark, semicolon, and the conjunction and. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 17, line 15, after enumeration number 7, insert a new enumeration which shall read as follows. Inclusion of recycled plastic materials in product packaging. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On page 18, line 21, between the words specific and packaging, insert the phrase type of. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On page 18, line 21, between the word materials and N, insert the phrase as defined in section 3, parenthesis Y and parenthesis AA. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On page 20, line 19, after the article V, insert the phrase large. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 20, line 20, between the words N and pros, delete the article V. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 20, line 22, delete the letter S from the word targets. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 20, line 22, between the words targets and R, insert the phrase recovery rates for the recovery of plastic waste footprint generated during the immediately preceding year. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, Amendment is carried.
Delete the entire provision stated from page 21, line 1 to page 23, line 19, and in lieu thereof insert the following. 31 December 2023, 10%, 31 December 2024, 20%, 31 December 2025, 30%, 31 December 2026, 40%, 31 December 2027, 50%, 31 December 2028, 60%, 31 December 2029, 70%, and 31 December 2030, and every year thereafter, 80%. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On page 25, line 10, delete the word of and in lieu thereof insert the word for. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Delete the entire provision stated from page 25, line 12 up to page 28, line 13, and in lieu thereof insert a paragraph which reads as follows. Any provision of law to the contrary notwithstanding, obliged producers and pros acting for and on behalf of obliged producers may apply for incentives provided under Title Number 13, Tax Incentives of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997, as amended for eligible activities provided that such activity shall undergo the standard processes in the identification of qualified activities under the Strategic Investment Priorities Plan. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is amendment is carried.
On page 28, line 16 to 21, delete the phrase deducted from their annual income on the condition that they have met or exceeded the targeted volume pursuant to Section 44F, parenthesis 5 of this Act. And in lieu thereof, insert the phrase subject to the substantiation requirements for necessary business expenses deductible from gross annual income in accordance with Section 34A1 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Delete the entire provision stated from page 29, line 2 up to page 30, line 5, and in lieu thereof insert the following provisions. Any large obliged company that fails to register under Section 44F or fails in their compliance as provided in Section 44G shall be imposed with the following fines. A fine of not less than 5 million but not exceeding 10 million for the first offense. A fine of not less than 10 million but not exceeding 15 million for the second offense, and a fine of not less than 15 million but not exceeding 20 million in case of failure to meet the target set under Section 44G or for under declaration of the footprint to be recovered. The obliged producer shall pay the same fine set above, or a fine twice the cost of recovery and diversion of the footprint, or its shortfall, whichever is higher. The Pollution Adjudication Board of the Department shall hear and adjudicate cases of violation or offenses under this section and impose appropriate fines. Therefore, I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On page 30, line 9, after the word agency, insert the phrase and the compliance of obliged companies. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion amendment is carried.
Still on page 30, line 9, after the word legislation, insert the phrase with the eventual objective of establishing a ban on single-use plastic. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Still on page 30, under section 9, after the first paragraph, insert a new paragraph which shall read as follows. Within 1 year after the effectivity of this act, The NEC shall further identify, review, and update the list of non-environmentally acceptable products and plastic packaging material for elimination, especially those that cannot be effectively recycled, consistent with Section 29 of this Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
There are no further individual amendments from this representation, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, just for clarity, I just want to go, because I'm sure you'd like to approve this on second reading today. Just for clarity, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, going back to your page 16 of your amendments, you deleted the entire provisions on page 21 all the way to page 23, line 19. Tama po yan, ma'am. So wala na po siya dyan.
Page,
Nasa page 16 po ng inyong amendments. Number 35 of your amendments.
yeah,
Just for the record.
number 35 ng amendment ko. Okay.
Opo, ma'am.
Yeah. This is a
You
new.
deleted na.
Oo.
Okay, ma'am. You replaced it with this December 31.
Oh,
2017.
yeah. More
Okay po, ma'am.
specific and lesser.
Yes, easier to understand. Thank you
Yes.
very much, ma'am. I have no further comments as well. I move that if our colleagues are, with the permission of our colleagues, I move that we close the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments is closed.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2425. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved on second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Madam Sponsor. I move to suspend consideration.
Is there
Mr.
any objection?
President and Mr.
Hearing none,
Majority Floor
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
I want to thank everybody, the President, Majority Floor Leader, the Minority Floor Leader, and those who made amendments so that we can pass this bill. President Pro Tempore Recto, and then Senator Gatchalian, Senator Risa Hontiveros, Senator Mig Subiri, and the many others. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Congratulations. Hopefully, this is a game changer. Malilinis na natin yung plastic sa Pilipinas.
It's really just the beginning. Yeah, but we will see. Okay.
Congratulations, ma'am. Mr. President, moving forward to Senator Grace Poe's measure. There's just a few more left. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 94. This is 21 on the agenda, Mr. President. 94. I resume consideration.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Move to close period of interpellation as there's no interpellation and open the period of amendment, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
I recognize the sponsor for the amendment.
Mr. President, House Bill number 94?
Yes.
Isn't it House Bill number 8654?
You have not yet passed, ma'am, House Bill number 94, which is the Maritime Industry Authority in Calbayog, I believe because there are amendments yesterday.
I don't
Which
think
one do you want me to start with, ma'am, if you don't mind?
think,
I move to, which one do you want me to start with?
this is the conversion of LTO offices, extension offices.
No, ma'am.
Mr. President, there are no amendments for the Marina.
Okay. With that,
Yes.
Mr. President, there are no amendments. I move to close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 94.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Move to suspend consideration.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Move to resume consideration of House Bill number 470, close the period of interpellation amendments as there are none, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation amendments are closed.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 4700.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried. Is
To suspend consideration of the same.
there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
President, I move to approve, consider House Bill number 60 6-6.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Move to close the period of interpellation amendments as there are none.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
On the LTO, Mr. Chairman, I move to resume consideration of House Bill number 8650, close the period, and I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Move to close the period of interpellation as there are no interpellators.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Mr. President, this is House Bill 8654, correct?
That's correct, sir. Ma'am,
Oh,
that's correct.
Okay. On line 1 and 8, delete the word extension and replace it with the word district. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion, amendments carried.
On line 2, delete the words converted and regular and replace them with the words upgraded and Class B, respectively. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
On lines 2 and 3, delete the phrase to be known as the LTO District Office of San Jose City, Nueva Ecija. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
On line 5, delete the word operationalization and replace it with the word upgrading and delete the word regular. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On line 9, delete the word regular and replace it with the word upgraded. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On the title, first line, delete the word converting and replace it with the word upgrading. On the second line, delete the word extension and replace it with the word district. And on the third line, delete the word regular and replace it with the phrase Class B. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
There are no other amendments, Mr. President.
Move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8654.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 5680 and close, so moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Mr. President, move to close the period of interpellation and open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. We recognize the sponsor, Senator Poe.
On line 2, delete the word center and replace it with the phrase extension office. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On the title, second line, delete the word center and replace it with the phrase extension office. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
There are no other amendments, Mr. President.
Move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendment is closed.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 5680.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
Suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of measure is suspended.
Move to approve, move to consider House Bill number 4597. So moved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Move to close the period of interpellation and open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. We recognize Senator Poe.
On line 2, delete the word center and replace it with the phrase extension office. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On line 9, delete the phrase region 6 and replace with the phrase licensing extension office. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On the title, second line, delete the phrase region 6 of and replace it with the phrase licensing extension office in. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
There are no other amendments, Mr. President.
Move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed. Is
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 4597.
there any objection? Hearing none, the measure is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, move to resume consideration House Bill number 861.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
President, move to close the period of interpellation, open the period of amendments.
there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. We recognize Senator Poe.
On page 1, line 1, delete the phrase "a regular district" and replace it with the phrase "the Land Transportation Office, LTO extension." I so move, Mr. President.
There any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
On the same page, line 2, delete the word "created" and replace it with the phrase "converted into a Class B district office." I so move, Mr. President.
There any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
On the same page, line 3 and 10, delete the phrase "licensing center" and replace it with the phrase "district office." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On the title, first line, delete the phrase "creating a regular LTO district" and replace it with the phrase "converting the LTO extension." On the second line, between the words Cotabato and "to," insert the phrase "into a Class B district office." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments accepted.
And on the third line, delete the phrase "licensing center" and replace it with the phrase "district office." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
There are no other amendments, Mr. President.
Move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 861.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried. Is
Move to resume consideration of House Bill number 2106, Mr. President.
there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Move to close the period of interpellation and open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. We recognize Senator Poe.
Thank you, Mr. President. On lines 2 and 8, delete the word "satellite" and replace it with the word "extension." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
On lines 3, 5, and 10, delete the word "regular" and replace it with the phrase "Class C." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
On the title, first line, delete the word "satellite" and replace it with the word "extension." And on the third line, delete the word "regular" and replace it with the phrase "Class C." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
There are no other amendments. Thank you,
Move
Mr.
to close the
President.
period of amendments, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendment is closed.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 2106.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
To suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, move to resume consideration House Bill number 2674.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is in order.
President, I move to close the period of interpellation, open the period of
Is
amendment.
there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. We recognize Senator Poe.
On page 1, line 1, lines 1 and 8, delete the word "branch" and replace it with the word "office." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
On the title, first line, delete the word "branch" and replace it with the word "office." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
There are no other amendments, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none.
Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed. Is
President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number 2674.
there any objection? Hearing none, measures approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
President, move to consider House Bill number 3286.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Move to close the period of interpellation, open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration, period of amendments open. Recognize Senator Poe.
I'm sorry, this is House Bill 3286.
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. On page 1, line 1, in the title of section 1, delete the word "branch" and replace it with the phrase "district office." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On the same page, lines 2 and 10, delete the word "branch" and replace it with the word "office." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On the title, first line, delete the word "branch" and replace it with the word "office." I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any amendment? Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
There are no other amendments, Mr. President.
Move to close the period of amendments, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 3286. So moved.
There any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved on second reading.
President, I move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration House Bill number 5017.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is in order.
President, move to close the period of interpellation, open the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. We recognize Senator Poe.
On line 1 and 4, delete the word satellite and replace it with the word district. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
On the title, first line, delete the word satellite and replace it with the word district. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
There are no other amendments, Mr. President.
Move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 5017.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of the same.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is closed.
President, move to resume consideration House Bill number 5153.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Move to close the period of interpellation, open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. We recognize Senator Poe.
On line 1, delete the phrase a regular district and replace it with the phrase the extension. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On line 2, delete the phrase is hereby established. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is accepted.
On line 3, after the word Leyte, insert the phrase is hereby converted into a regular district office to be known as the LTO Javier District Office. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is accepted.
On line 7, between the words the and funding, insert the word initial, and between the words which and shall, insert the phrase shall be charged against the current year's appropriation of the LTO Javier Extension Office. Thereafter, such sums as may be necessary for the continued operation of the regular LTO district. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On the title, first line, delete the phrase establishing a regular district and replace it with the phrase converting the extension. And on the third line, between the words Leyte and the word end, insert the phrase into a regular district office. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion, amendment is carried.
There are no other amendments, Mr.
Move
President.
to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Move to approve on second reading House Bill number 5153.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the measure is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend. Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended. Is
President, move to resume consideration House Bill number 5453.
there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is in order.
President, move to close the period of interpellation, open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. We recognize Senator Poe.
On line 1, delete the word branch and replace it with the word office. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendments carried.
On the title, second line, delete the word branch and replace it with the word office. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is accepted.
There are no other amendments, Mr. President. Thank you.
Move to close the period of amendments, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 5453.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the measure is approved on second reading. Is
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration, suspend consideration of the measure.
there any objection? Hearing none, consideration measure is suspended. Is
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6152.
there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, move to close the period of interpellation, open the period of amendment.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. We recognize Senator Poe.
And finally, Mr. President, on line 1, delete the phrase there shall be established a satellite and replace it with the word the extension. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is carried.
On line 3, between the words Mindoro and 2, insert the phrase is hereby converted into a Class B district office. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On line 4, after the word transportation, insert the word office and the acronym LTO. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On line 8, delete the word satellite and replace it with the word district. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On the title, second line, delete the phrase establishing a satellite and replace it with the phrase converting the extension. And on fourth line, after the word Mindoro, insert the phrase into a district office to be known as the LTO District Office, Pinamalayan. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Finally, there are no other amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, move to close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, close the period of amendment.
President, move to approve on second reading House Bill number, I lost the bill number. Can you read it, Mr. President? Do you remember?
6152.
6152.
6152.
Yes.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, House Bill number 6152 is approved on second reading.
Move to close the period. Move to suspend, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And with the indulgence of my minority floor leader, one last measure. If it's all right with you and the body, it's the act declaring August 30 of every year as National Press Freedom Day. I think it's a working holiday, and that's the last item on the agenda. Then we can. The reason I have to adjourn is because we have several of our colleagues who have committee hearings and are waiting for us to adjourn so that they can continue with their committee hearings. If that's all right with the body, Mr. President. Ma'am, may we recognize Senator Villar, Mr. President? Yes, please go ahead, Senator Villar.
Mr. President, I just want to acknowledge my co-authors in the EPR bill, Senator Bong Revilla Jr., Senator Pimentel III, Senator Cayetano, and Senator Angara. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We put that on record. So I'd like to resume consideration, Mr. President, of Senate Bill number 670 and ask if Senator Ramon Bong Revilla is online with us today. If not.
Yes, Your Honor. Ayan.
Oh, there
Sorry.
you go,
Yeah.
Mr. President.
All right.
Yes, Your
Mr.
Honor.
President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 670.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is in order.
Mr. President, there being no member wishes to interpolate the measure, move to close the period of interpolation.
Any
But
objections?
before I do that, I'd like to recognize the minority floor leaders.
Senator Dilong is recognized.
If the gentleman sponsor will yield the floor to just one question.
Yes, Mr. President. Parang alam ko.
The measure does not mandate a non-working holiday, just for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. Hindi po kasama yun. This is a working holiday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So with that, Mr. President, we move to close the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed.
President, I move that we open the period of amendments. If there are many amendments by our dear colleagues.
Period of, any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. We recognize Senator Revilla. Merong
amendments.
Just having
There are amendments.
Yes, Mr. President, we have a few committee amendments. On page 1, line 2, after the words Freedom Day, insert a comma, and the phrase a working holiday. So I move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is accepted.
On page 1, line 11, after the phrase Department of Education, insert open parentheses and the acronym DepEd and close parentheses. On the same page and line after the phrase Commission on Higher Education, insert open parentheses and acronym CHED and close parentheses. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, amendment is accepted.
On page 1, line 12, after the phrase Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, insert open parentheses and the acronym TESDA and close parentheses. I so
Sir, any
move.
objection? Sir,
I so move,
any
Mr. President.
objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
On page 1, line 13, after the phrase Office of the President, insert open parentheses and the acronym OP and close parentheses. And I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
Finally, on the title, insert phrase and for other purposes after the phrase National Press Freedom Day to read as follows. An act declaring August 30 of every year as National Press Freedom Day and for other purposes. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is carried.
We have no individual amendments, Mr. President.
Move to close the period of amendments, Mr.
Is there
President.
any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 670.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, measure is approved on second reading.
Congratulations po kay Senator Villa, to all the press members.
Can I ask,
Can we recognize Senator Tolentino?
can I ask my kababayan that I likewise be made a co-sponsor as a firm believer of Section 4, Article 3 of the Constitution on First Freedom?
Yes,
May I
sa
also
malaking.
Thank you,
Malaking
Mr.
karangalan. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
May I ask the sponsor if all members who are present here today can be made co-sponsor of the measure, a co-author, Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor, karangalan po. And we thank our colleagues for your support. Our eminent minority leader and hardworking majority leader, our Vice Chair, Senator Poe, and for our co-author of the measure. Sa inyo pong lahat, thank you sa lahat po ng inyong support.
So recorded.
Thank you very much. So all members who are here today be made co-author of the measure. Thank you very much to the sponsor. Mr. President, move to suspend consideration of this.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have a bicameral conference committee report. May we just ratify that? Kasi instead of making it wait, I believe it is the license, contractor's license. Can I have a copy of that? Tapusin na natin so that it can be printed Malacanang.
Okay.
Mr. President, I move that we take up the bicameral conference committee of disagreeing provisions of the Contractors License Act, Mr. President. I so move.
224.
Yes, may you read the numbers, Mr. President? The conflicting provisions of Senate Bill number,
Uh,
here,
Yung
Mr.
Conference
President.
Committee report,
I think all my staff are
Senate
already
number
retired.
224 and House Bill
House Bill number
number 7808.
This is the contractor's license law. With the permission of the body, Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Coco Pimentel, the chairman of the Senate panel, to give us highlights of the measure quickly, Mr. President.
Senator Pimentel is
Yes,
recognized.
Mr. President, I move that it be considered right into the record because we have been putting in so much on the agenda. We have another hearing at 3 o'clock, so we move that it be right into the record.
I
permission of
adopt the
Senator
motion.
Pimentel?
I adopt the motion of the minority leader as my own motion, Mr. President. If,
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and we thank the minority leader for that motion. I move that we adopt and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2247, House Bill number 708, and let the text of the joint explanation be inserted to the records of the chamber. So moved.
Is there an objection? Being none, but the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 224 and House Bill number 7808 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Mr. President, Senator Cayetano just wishes to be made a co-author and co-sponsor of Senate Bill number 2233, the Founding Recognition Protection Act.
So recorded.
Mr. President, with that, I thank everyone for their hard work and diligence this week and their patience. I move that we adjourn session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday, January 31, 2022. Maraming salamat po.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, January 31, 2022.
Okay,
Happy weekend.
bye everyone.